UK. Now, we're going to be talking about psychic messages purely for you. Now, I've brought in my candle here. Now, this is really to be able to blow a few wishes, perhaps, for you, and connect through to spirit as well. It's very important nowadays. So we've got all of the connections that we need. And I'm also going to be using my psychic comet. This is something that I've always liked to use for you guys. And this will allow me here to just make a wish. We'll blow on it and we can make a wish for you. That's called a cosmic order, and create an affirmation. Now, affirmations are very powerful, very important. They're really going to be for you and able to empower you, perhaps even get somebody's attention. We like to see results from our psychic readings, and we like to see perhaps our wishes and dreams coming true, following that pathway that we really want to follow. Now, I'm going to be using some spirit cards. So I've got this one here. This is the cat. This is all about confidence and changing direction, being able as well to perhaps overcome fears, disapproval, perhaps being disrespected maybe from somebody either close by or perhaps in the workplace as well. So, we're really pushing out a lot of boundaries here today. I'm in London, and welcome to all of my UK viewers as well. You'll also see me on TikTok, Instagram, all of those places. So do join in and follow. But it's great to be back in the USA. And welcome to all of you. I'm going to be taking some callers here. It's this evening here in the UK, but of course it's the afternoon where you are. So I hope you're having a great day. I really hope that that's working for you, and that you're able as well to share some of your sort of home truth. I think it's always important, isn't it? Did you realise that on Sunday it was a blue moon? How many of you made that wish? Did you wish on the blue moon? And it's rare. It comes in only a couple of times a year. So we've had the blue moon, and that's a perfect time to reset your intentions, to start again, and to think very much about the rest of the year that's coming. We're halfway through, aren't we? So now it's time to gather in further ambitions, and let's hope that we can have peace in our hearts, in our minds, and a prosperous time. So I'm waiting now to have, to do a live reading. I've got cards here. Sure. These are Victorian cards. And Michelle, hello there, Michelle, Canton, Michigan. Are you ready for your reading, Michelle?
Hi, yes, I am.
Oh, hello. Well, welcome. It's lovely to meet you. Just going to pop my glasses on here. We're going to select the cards as well. Have a quick look. I'm just cutting the cards into 3 sections. Do you want to choose one of those sections, Michelle? 1, 2, or 3 for me, please?
Let's go with 2.
Why not? Why not? Do you know what? I feel with you, before I even take a card here, Michelle, that you're taking some time out at the moment, and rightly so. It's been quite a nerve-wracking time, I think, walking on eggshells, tiptoeing along as though you couldn't really make any effort, or say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, put yourself in the wrong situation. Now, is that true, Michelle? Is that what's been happening to you? Do you feel that I've had to be overly cautious? Is that true?
Yeah, yes, I just got out of a really, really bad divorce. Yes.
I can see it. Do you know what? He's made you cry so many times. Here, I'm giving you this card. See, he's the knight. Now, the knight in shining armor. No, he wasn't, was he? He was not that person, no. But here you are in tears. Were you married quite a long time? Because we've got the lovers here. So was this a childhood, sweetheart? Were you really quite young when you got together? Is that what happened?
No, we were together 9 years, but we were married only 4.
So Who is it that you're thinking about then that's from your childhood? Because there's a sweetheart there, somebody coming back from a long, long time ago and making that connection with you. So watch out for that. If you haven't met this person yet, he is about to come in. It's party, party, party now for you. And so it should be. So walking on eggshells as you have been, no, we won't be doing that anymore. I don't want you to do that anymore. It's time now to put your burdens down. Burdens have accumulated, haven't they, for you? And it really is time to empower yourself. And that's very important. I've got the Hermit here. This is you. This is who you've been as well, hidden away and wanting, I suppose, to just take, I'm just getting a crystal here. I suppose just taking some extra time for yourself. Now, looking into the crystal here, this is beautiful, this quartz crystal ball. And right in the center here, I do have a plateau. So you're reaching a space, Michelle, where everything is going to be smooth and calm, ready to go again. I've got you getting into a nice car, so I don't know whether you're driving or planning on getting something new for transport, but it's taking you where you need to be. And that's what I can see here. If you are used to perhaps looking at crystals, then try and look here right in the center, because it's a wonderful vision that I have. It's new growth, new birth. Well, not birth as such, but it's everything that's on fertile ground. So I think that you are about to have the time of your life. Now, I know you've been through a lot. I know that this is really one of the most difficult stages that you've had to endure, I think, as well for you, Michelle. But you've got friendships that are around you, and you've got new people as well, holding out their hands now, wanting to greet you, grab a hold of your hands and take you forward. And I think this is so important for you to remember. I feel that your mum is here. She's smoothing away your brow. She's making you, well, those headaches disappear. So I think that this is you now really catapulting yourself forward towards new starts, new beginnings, and for you to be able to really see a different landscape. Now, remember what was seen in the crystal. The crystal, very powerful, and going to be making cosmic order for you. So we're blowing into the crystal. This is for you, Michelle, and taking you into a new experience, new relationship. But remember, Mum is here. She's looking over you, protecting you. I think she's visited you recently. So have you had a dream about her? Because she will have come into your mind. Tell me.
Yes, I about maybe a couple months ago, or within the last few months, I had a dream about her, pretty vivid.
Was it about her arm or your arm? Did you hurt your arm?
I don't remember. I just remember being vivid. I don't remember.
Okay.
I think I remember just running and jumping and seeing her, being excited. That's all I remember.
Okay. Did she always rely upon you, sort of as if you were her right arm? Because that's I keep going to this arm. Just be a bit wary, a bit careful. Don't jump up and down and do anything silly in the next few weeks. But you're going to get another visit from your mum because she's baking cakes. So there's a birthday coming up. You will be centre of attention. Just remember how much she loved you, because she did, and that I think is where you need to be now, really just reconsidering your past. Even though you were very small when she passed over, she's always going to be with you. So Michelle, I think you've got a really great time, but I'm going to bring in the candle here as well for you, because you have got that lovely soul in spirit that has come in today for you, and I feel that your mum just wants to send you so much love and so much happiness. I think that's what's coming. Don't forget about the crystal and the space that is there for you to illuminate your life again. August will be a very important time, so remember August and start to put your burdens down, don't worry anymore, the divorce is over. You will get the aftermath, there always is. That's going to last for about 2 years, and that may sound a long time, but really it isn't. You need to use that time to plan, to make arrangements for yourself, and I think you may move as well. Are you thinking about a new home or a new location, Michelle?
Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to buy a home in the same town I'm in right now. I don't know if you see anything
you
around
will.
that.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do feel that there's quite a lot of need that you have to put roots down somewhere pleasant, but it will be outskirts, I think. There's a rural feel to this where you do have the grass and the fields, and you can celebrate nature a bit more. And I think that you're quite a nature lover anyway, aren't you? I think this is what you need to have. This is what you like. And I think some peace, pot of peace is what I'm bringing here to you. So your mum is there. Do you have, I just want to go to another M. Do you have a Margaret in your friendship group at all? Maggie, Margaret, is she there?
I'm not, nobody I can think of off the top of my head.
If you can't think about her straight away, then she's maybe a new neighbor. So when you move, just check that out, because she's really important. She's really a beneficial friend that's coming to you. But lots of blessings here to you, Michelle, because mum is with you, and she always will be. She's visited you. I think there's something about your home as well that she really likes. Perhaps that's the other M. I've got Marissa in San Francisco. So maybe you're the other M there. So thank you, Michelle. Bye-bye. And welcome. Marissa, how are you today? You doing well?
Good. And funny, my mom's name is Michelle, so it worked. That's coincidence.
We've got all the M's then. So we've got Michelle, we've got Marissa. You don't know a Margaret, do you, at all?
No.
Okay, well, that's good then. We've closed the circle. We've done everything that we can to find that person, but there is a Margaret in spirit. I'm doing a live a little bit later, so perhaps she's coming to my spirit room a little bit early. Now, Marissa, lots of love is here. I want to bring all the hearts in, literally heart after heart after heart. There's a big friendship group for you, and also a new opportunity. So you will be finding yourself taking either an appraisal or an interview, or really even an audition. It's as though you're in front of the screen and wanting to be able to show off your skills, show off your personality, your lovely face. I feel that you've got a lovely face and it's shining out here, and you've also got a great personality. So I think that Marissa, is that you? Do you want to do that? Do you want to get yourself in front of the camera or in front of other people and show yourself to the world? Because you've got the world card here as well. This is freedom, new opportunity, and you taking your rightful space in the world here, Marissa. So very important relationship around you. Is that your situation now? Let's just check this out for timescales if we can. We're wishing here. We are wishing for you here, Michelle. So I'm Marissa as well. So yeah, we're making as much as we can now of all of the opportunities that are around you. I'm taking this rose quartz here. This is for love. This is for an opportunity for you to really be feeling love in your life and love in your heart here, Marissa. So if you can follow that pathway, you're not going to go wrong at all. And I've got my rose quartz crystal here. This is beautiful. And we're going to make a wish here for you, because you do really deserve to have the best outcomes now. that love, I feel it's as though somebody's coming back, and that you have the opportunity to understand whatever he has to say to you. Is that true? Is that right? Is that what you are feeling at the moment? That you're wanting an explanation?
Yeah. I basically, my youngest son's father, who I had, I was very in love with, passed away, unfortunately, and so I feel like the new relationship was very similar to him. So I'm more understanding, I guess, than I was when my son's dad was alive. As far as like mental health and things like that. But I was going to tell you too also about what you said earlier. So I am on the Human Relations Commission for the city that I live in, and we do go on TV, because it's on there. So, but I do love doing that type of work. I love doing advocacy and things like that for the community.
Well, you're going to be there because I've got your face here and you are speaking out to the world. And it is like an appraisal, but it's a bit more than that for you because you're so loving and genuine that you want to reach out to people. Now, your your husband, did he pass? Did he take his life? Is that what happened?
It was an accidental drug overdose.
Okay.
But he, from what I was told, he kind of knew it was gonna. I mean, from what I have felt like, I think he kind of knew it was coming.
Yeah. I felt that he was aware, and that it was more of a conscious decision for him than perhaps other people realized. He didn't worry about it. And I feel with him, and you'll perhaps know this yourself here, Marissa, but I feel with him that there was no escape, that he had to go through a door. It was overwhelmed. It was driven to take that course of action, and there was nothing that was going to stop him. It was his only escape route, and that's what I see here when I'm talking about him and you and connecting to you. And you know what, you deserve so much love now, and that's also what is being brought to you from him, I think, because I think he felt as though he really let you down, and he may not have done because you loved him so much, but that's what he felt. He felt that inside. And I think for your son as well, he wants that love to be there and to be shared and to be shown to your son. I think that's really quite special to maybe connect that here now. I want to give you the initial of T. It's like a Terry or a Terence that I want to connect with you. Do you know that name at all?
Well, my son's name's Antonio, but we call him Tony. And so
Tony.
he calls himself Tony too. But yeah, that's the one who's dead anyway.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that his dad is coming in and saying to me, T, it's difficult to hear, to make sense of it. And I always think, well, if I'm 70% there, I'm okay. I've got the message for you, right. And that's something you need to have. But the initial T, I could see all over the crystal here. Now we have got the rose quartz crystal. The rose quartz is very special because it symbolizes love. It symbolizes everything that we need. I'm just bringing in my candle as well. Really, because we have spirit in the room here, and it is your husband who sadly had no option but to leave this world and to leave his son, to leave you. But you are being brought love in spades. I feel as though this hasn't quite happened yet, that there's more to this story, and I feel that somebody has got to explain themselves to you, perhaps not give any excuses. I'm not talking about excuses, Marissa, but I am talking about how somebody can just lay their feelings open, lay it on the line, and allow you some space to love back. So you can't love your husband anymore. You can love his memory, but it is history, and now you have to live your life, and I feel that that's important for your son as well. he's a live wire. He's going to be making. Well, you know that, don't you?
He is. Yes, he is.
I like his energy. You know, he's buoyant and he's very upbeat a lot of the time. And I think he likes to joke, so he could end up telling jokes as well, being that comedian. But I feel it's mainly because of what he has experienced up to this point in time. And he's going to cheer you up along the way as well. There's a girl by his side. Does he have any girlfriends? How old is he now? Because there's a female here.
He's 14, and he's about to start high school.
So he's good looking then, because the girls are looking at him. That's what I thought.
He has a lot of girlfriends, like friendship wise.
Well, yeah, I know that's what they say, isn't it? It's friends, just friends. Right. But I feel that there's a girl looking at him who is really quite special and a person that has her eyes on him. So I think he's going to be flattered. He'll do well in his studies with his education. I think he finds that a key factor as well. It's important to him to do well. And you know what? He wants to make you proud, Marissa. He wants to make you shine, I think, and sort of say lots of praise about him. But when you're in front of this screen that I've seen and, you know, appraising the company that you want to promote, the charity that you're also getting involved with, that's when really you're going to come into your own. I feel that there's an advertisement that you're making or some sort of poster. It's got your face on it, your name on it, but you will be center stage. I think you will take a very, very dramatic course of action for yourself. So I think that life is opening up. So sometimes we do get, you know, the flower, don't we? We do get all sorts of things happen that allow us, I suppose, to just think back onto the past and think about the times gone by. But you need to be thinking about the future. So I'm just going to shuffle now and take a couple of my Victorian cards here for you, just so that we can get a pointer, because I think, yeah, this is what I wanted to see. This is the ace. It's a point in destiny here for you. The Ace of Wands, this is creativity. So you're making a creative plan. I do feel that for you to be able to access new beginnings, that's the first step for you. But it's not just about new beginnings, it's also about new relationship and making things happen, making things work. So the current relationship now, Marissa, do you feel as though that's a bit stagnant? Stop, start, stop, start. He's got to explain himself, he's got to do this. Yes. What is it about that you're not altogether happy about? Because I don't feel as though you are.
Just wishy-washiness. Like it'll be like you know, one day after like it'll be like 3 days of, you know, and then all of a sudden I just won't hear from him for like 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
And then just it's been going on for years, so it's kind of I've just gotten to a point where it's just old now. It's just becoming
You've fed up, aren't you? Well, we'll have a look at this little crystal ball. This is amber, and it is all about prosperity, opportunity, and this is really what I feel that we need for you. A little bit of gold dust that I'm going to blow a wish, and that's for you. But there's a new man coming in, and he will be there. I feel very soon, really, now. You're not going to be without that connection at all, because there's enveloping love coming around your life. I know about the T, that's Tony, that's your son. So he is bringing rainbows here to you. I think, you know, so much love is there, and that's brilliant. That's really great. And I feel now that you have just got to let go of the past, let go of the things that have gone wrong, and decide here everything is about to go right. It's going right for you because you deserve it, you need it, you need to have another chance at life and at love, and angels around you are bringing that. And I do feel that you connect, don't you, to angelic deities, angelic forces. I feel that you're very spiritual. Would you say you are?
Yeah. I think I'm not really sure what it's called, but I know when they're around. I just don't see them and I can't talk to them, but I just know that they're there. I don't know what that's called.
You won't. It's a knowing that you need to experience. And perhaps just before you go to sleep at night, just make a question in your mind, send it out there to your angels. So I feel that it's Michael that's around you, Archangel Michael, is healing energy. And that's what you need more than anything else. You need to have this sense of direction, this new sense of opportunity. And there's a new man here. We're going to make that happen. But firstly, let me just take, I feel, a spirit card. So I feel that this is what I want for you. So let's see what we have here. I've got the polar bear. So this is indicating more towards, is that special for you, the polar bear? What is it about?
Yeah, someone told me that if that was that would be my spirit animal, would be a polar bear. Someone told me that the other day, so that's funny.
Oh, we've got this. The polar bears come in, so your spirit animal is with you. Perhaps has been with you for a while, but you've only just seen him. Here he is. He's going to say to you, Marissa, that when you get a little bit closer to the winter months, so we're going into maybe November, December, January, that's when your life is really going to light up. That's when you can really feel as though you've made it, you've got there. So I'm just going to read here. This is really powerful, this spirit guide. It's representing strength and endurance here for you. And that's special, isn't it? Perhaps patience. You have been, and you've suffered a loss as well, a great loss with losing your husband. It wasn't your fault though. So don't be blaming yourself. I know you have done, you must have done, because you've had to have pulled yourself out of this. It wasn't a hole, but it was just a dead space, wasn't it? Polar bears coming in now to bring that energy back, and hope as well. Hope for you, knowing that you're now at the right time, in the right space, and my goodness me, you deserve it. Lots of love coming in. I think the initial P is around the new man.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. This is your Mini Medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I'm so excited to be back. I've been going through some just crazy transitions in my life, as I feel maybe a lot of people out there are right now. So I cannot wait to see what happens, through the readings tonight and just the beautiful energy. We're still kind of feeling that full moon energy that we just came out of, right? That blue moon. I don't know if you guys are feeling it, but it was a lot. But it was beautiful because it was really a completion of all the things. It was like everything coming full circle and then just being done, if that makes sense. So you should be feeling a release of all the stuff maybe you've been carrying over the last few years. And boy, I'll tell you, that's what I've been going through. So thank goodness. So just trying to process and transition into this new part of the year. So you're in the sign of the Gemini. Woo, woo. That is my sign. So my birthday's coming up here soon, and I am going to be 51. Yes, I know, hard to believe, right? You know what, though, it's funny because I think when my mom is passed, but when my mom was 51, about my age, I kept thinking, gosh, Mom, you're so old. And now I am, quote unquote, that old. So I think, well, I love you, Mom. I'm sorry I thought that you were old, but because I don't feel old. My body does someday. So, but we're in the sign of the Gemini, and this, of course, is one of my favorite signs, and it's just going to be incredible. So I think I've said this before. If you are a fire or if you are an air sign, this is our year. This is our year to be ready for that fire horse and take off like crazy. So I can't wait. I've got a few things that are coming my way. I'm going to share this really quick. So, and then of course, we're going to do our affirmation and take some calls, but I have some amazing events coming up that I'm so excited to be a part of. If you live here in Utah, or you're near the southern part of Utah, I'm doing a huge birthday event on the 13th of this month in St. George, Utah. Tickets are on sale on my website at mini-medium.com. So that's mini, the little hyphen, mini-medium.com. Those tickets are on sale. There's a little code to save $5. So if you're out that way, I would love to meet you. Come see me. And then at the end of July into August, I'm going to be in New Orleans. And I cannot wait. I have never been there. I'm a little bit nervous about the energy, but I'm going to be doing readings there and doing a paranormal investigation. So that's going to be fun. And then as we get into the latter part of the year, November, I will be in New Jersey. So I'll be doing the New Jersey Para-Unity Expo. And then last but not least, I'm kind of backing up a little bit, July 24th through the 26th, I'll be at the Salt City Paracon, which is here in Utah. And we'll be doing this event at the Great Salt Air. So if you've ever been to the Salt Air here at the Great Salt Lake, it is creepy, spooky, and so much fun. That's kind of my other thing I love to do. So I want to get that shout out. And then last but not least for real, tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, I am going to be doing a live free reading event, and that will be streamed from Facebook, which is Mini Medium. Instagram, Mini Medium 75, or also on YouTube, which is Mini Medium 75. So get all this out there. I haven't been on for a minute. I wanted to share all that. So let's do this affirmation really quick. As you guys know, I love this this new affirmation, kind of these little box sets, if you will. And they're fun, they're kind of sassy, but they really have good meaning. So, and I loved this one. It says, I am my own lottery ticket. I invest in myself, take risks out of my comfort zone, and create the life of my dreams. I love that. I am my own lottery ticket. So I'll read the back really quick here. I thought this was kind of funny. It says, so many people view life as an external lottery, hoping for the chance at a big payout that will solve all their problems. Meanwhile, they blow their earnings on junk and substances to numb how unlucky they are. The real lottery is 100% internal. If you consistently invest in yourself and you take some risks out of your comfort zone, you will create that dream life. If you have a vision and you follow it, there is only one outcome. The persistent lion eats the lucky duck. How interesting is that? And I love this, and it fit and resonated with me so much, because if I wouldn't have come out of my comfort zone 6 years ago, when I left my job, well, 4 years ago when I left my job, my corporate job, I wouldn't be where I am today, and pursuing my purpose and sharing my gifts and having this wonderful podcast with A1R. So I love it. All right, guys. Well, let's get into the fun stuff too. We're going to do some readings, and I have on the phone Kelly from Oregon. Hi, Kelly. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing so good, my friend. So good. How can I help you tonight?
Good. I just today's been kind of a hard day. My mom's been gone since October, and I just miss her a lot.
Absolutely, hon. Absolutely. I've lost my mom as well. She's been gone 13 years, and I'll tell you, it feels like yesterday. You know, just, even though it's been that long. So I can relate and understand, you know, that empty piece that we feel will never be, you know, filled back in again, right? Well, I would love to see if we can, is it your hope to maybe see if we can get a message from Mom?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Well, let me see what I can do. And then I'm going to let my producer, Dave, know. I talked a lot, so I'm just going to keep you as my caller tonight. Usually I take two, but I'm going to keep you with me, hon.
Awesome.
So tell me, I've been seeing the number 16 all day today. So for me, that would be like the 16th of a month, January 6th, 2016. Does that number resonate with you?
I'm trying to think. It might, but I can't think of anything right now.
Okay, that's okay, hon. I know sometimes this can be a lot and overwhelming, and so just keep that in mind. Sometimes these numbers, you know, they come up and they'll, you know, later on you'll go, oh my gosh, you know, the 16th, my birthday's on the 16th, you know. I've had that happen many times. So, all right, and let's see what I can get, if we can get some message from Mom. And the timing is still beautiful because the veil is still very thin right now between us and the spirit world. So you picked a great time to connect, my friend. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna scribble for a minute. So what I'm doing is a little bit of automated writing. I pulled a couple cards for you. I like to use the cards more as kind of a visual validation, to really kind of give you that visual of what my gifts are giving me. And one thing I keep getting right away, the month of August, or the number 8 having a significant meaning. And there's also another connection with that, but I want to see if you resonate with that number in any way.
We have a few few birthdays in August in our family. Like my mom had a grandson in August. My daughter was almost August by a couple hours, July 31st.
Oh,
I don't know, right? Yeah.
okay. I love that. I think you might be right on point with your daughter. And there's just, even though, she was born just a few hours before August, but sometimes souls will bring this in to kind of trigger that memory. And there's such a very special connection with your daughter, which I know grandparents always have a special connection with all of their grandbabies, but this would be like the first granddaughter, the last of the granddaughters,
It was the first of my kids, and she was very, very, very close with Grandma.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, perfect.
And she's having a hard time right now with it all still, so.
Oh, sure, because she just passed. Oh, you know what I just thought about, my friend? She passed in October, is that right? You said October?
Yes. Yeah.
Which would have been 8 months ago. So that very well can be the 8th that I'm picking up on. Yeah. Do you see how weird these things kind of start to click?
Yeah. Yeah, that does make sense.
Can I ask how old your daughter is, hon?
She is 24. She'll be 25 in July.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. That's her birthday coming up here. Okay. Okay. What do you? One thing I just keep feeling, if this is Mom, I'm just trying to see if I can't bring her in, validate, her presence. One thing that she has shown me is the sense of with my mom, and that's how souls will start to channel. They'll manipulate my memory, kind of my library of things. Now, my mom passed very unexpected, very young. She was only 64. And so, but my mom had gone in with lung issues. She had ended up passing from pneumonia. Your mom makes me feel like she was sick, like my mom was, but just didn't get it checked as soon as she would have wanted to.
Yes, yeah, and that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, great. Okay.
A lot of
sense.
On the phone.
John.
Perfect.
Sorry, I got people in the background here.
Oh, you're good. No, you're good. No, you're good, and no worries. How do you connect with the name MAR, like Marilyn, Marie, Marilyn?
Oh my gosh. Mary was my mom's name. Is my mom's name, I should say.
Your mom's here, babe. Your mom is here.
Yeah.
Yep. For me to hear her name come through that clearly, really is just her way of letting you know that she is very present, but also very much at peace. This is beautiful, beautiful.
Okay. Good. That makes me happy because she didn't want to go, but
no, not at all.
Be with us.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And one thing that she's really making me feel is that even at her time of passing, she is showing me that she had others around her. Were you there at the time of her passing?
I was. I didn't know that it was that bad, and my brother was there, and then my nephew was there, her grandson. And when I came, it seemed like she had waited.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it wasn't very long after. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely, hun.
Yeah,
and that's when
I'm really glad I made it.
Me too. And that's one thing I feel she's just validating that you came in just in that right time where she finally was able to let go. And and souls will do that. Souls will hold on to the physical body until the people that they want to be there are there. It's like when my dad passed away, I couldn't well, I was on my way there to visit with him. We knew his time was coming, but he ended up passing before I got to the center that he was at. He was in, my gosh, he had cancer, so my brain just forgot the name of it, but hospice. He was in hospice care. And I knew there was a reason why that I wasn't supposed to see him take that last breath. So, and the soul has that control at the last moment. So that's kind of something that I guess we have that privilege or that right, I guess, if you will. So your mom coming through so beautifully and even expressing her name so beautifully, it's her way of really, it's her way of validating how strong she is. And your mom's a strong soul. Your mom is a strong soul.
Yeah, she really was here too. Let me tell you, she was about the strongest person I've ever met.
Right? Was she in a wheelchair though? She keeps saying, I'm out of the wheelchair, and then she's like moving.
She wasn't moving much before she went into the hospital and passed. We were having to pick her up and stuff and transport her to the toilet. It wasn't, so she wasn't mobile. So she was kind of in a wheelchair, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and sometimes souls will
want me to know that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And sometimes souls will just show me that vision, more of just kind of that sense that they were, immobile, that they had to have others help them, to get around, to get to the restroom.
And she hated that. I know she did.
100%. Very, very, very independent woman. I feel like she did not like to ask for help. Yeah.
Oh my God, never. No. She was a single mom from when I was 7 on when my dad passed. And it was just me and her. I mean, literally forever. She did not want to ask for help.
Yeah. It's so beautiful that listening to you talk about your mom reminds me so much of my mom. For a very long time, well, it was my mom, myself, and my younger brother, and she was a single mom as well. So just trying to make it work, trying to take care of us the best she could, and incredibly, incredibly strong, Did she have cancer, hun? She's making my body feel like it's just full of toxins or maybe sepsis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and they said it had went everywhere.
Right. Okay. I want you to pay attention to numbers. Your mom is very number related. So I'm literally seeing 444. I've got triple fours. So, which it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be fours. It just means, do you know why the
plate on her car was 444?
Well, there you go. How interesting is that? Oh, you just gave me goosebumps. I love it.
Yeah.
So
and she
good.
loved the lottery, so she's number oriented for sure.
Okay, you literally just said she loved the lottery. Did you hear the affirmation I read right before I brought you on? Oh,
I did. That was so awesome.
Literally, it's and I can show it on the camera here. It's literally like a lottery ticket, and it says, I am my own lottery ticket. So I can't help but, this is your mom. This is so beautiful. And even that affirmation says, I invest in myself, take risks out of my comfort zone, and create the life of my dreams. And this is really about her saying that she is in that space now, but more importantly, wants for you to be as well. So
I'm so happy for her.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I miss her terribly, but I just want her to be happy.
Yeah. Oh, of course. And one thing I love is that when souls come in, I've done this so long, and when they come in, they'll validate and be very honest if they, if they suffered, if they, were in pain, if they, were, calling for help or whatever it may be. And, your mom is not making me feel that way. She makes me feel like I fall asleep and then I very seamlessly cross over. So if there's any
Yeah,
question about her
it seemed
being
like
a
that.
thing,
Yeah.
yeah, very peaceful.
I mean, before she was in the hospital, when she passed, she was in a lot of pain, but I
Sure.
think she wasn't
Sure.
that day, and it seemed really very, very peaceful, you know.
Yeah,
And that was good.
100%. 100%. Oh, I love it. She she said, tell my girl happy birthday. So someone has a birthday coming very soon, but she said her or my girl. So this would have to be coming soon or just passed.
Oh, Jennifer, my other daughter, had a birthday on May 24th.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Yeah,
So,
she was super close with my kids. Like their
oh,
other
I love
parents. So,
this.
yeah.
Well, please
Yeah,
tell
that's
Jennifer
nice.
Grandma said happy birthday. That's so sweet.
I will do
Oh,
that.
so sweet.
That's awesome.
Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss, hon. Dang it.
Oh, be quiet.
Yeah.
If anything, I can tell you, she's a fun energy though. Her soul feels like, when she was able to move, when she was able to, really be mobile, she was like always wanting to do something. Very busy, the way
Oh
that
my
she's
gosh,
coming
yes.
across. Like
Yes,
could not
very
sit
much
still.
so.
Very, yeah. And
Yeah.
she's still that way. She's very present in your house. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
So,
good.
um,
We kind of think
souls,
so, actually.
oh yeah. Souls will mess with your electronics. It's a very common thing they will do.
Yep.
So, your TV remote, things will go wonky, your phones, your lights, all of that is a way of her energy manipulating and affecting. So watch for that too, if you haven't already, which I feel like she already has.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We
So,
always say when the door creaks, because it never used to creak, that's Grandma. I think it
yeah.
might be.
Oh, yeah. There you go. I love it. So
Yeah,
cute.
and it's crazy, the things that happen.
Oh, absolutely. Um, she brought up another number. Well, like I said, she's very number, but the number 18, 18.
Me and my husband have been together 18 years.
Oh, beautiful.
That could be,
No,
yeah.
you hit it right on the head, hon. Is your hubby close by? Because they'll validate that, and it'll be validating him.
Yes, he's right here.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
He can hear it. I love it.
Yeah.
18
We don't
years.
have it on Facebook Live because it echoes, but he can hear it.
Yeah.
And I don't have it on speaker because they can't, but.
Right. No, I love it. Well,
Yeah.
and you can share it with him. So her validating 18 years together and even just validating him, I think is beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow. So good.
And my brother has me in probate court right now. And so we're kind of going through a lot of stress with that.
Oh,
I mean, we would obviously have to do probate, but he's saying some awful things and accusing, and we're going to contest it and all that. It's just horrible.
I'm so sorry, honey. I'm going through that right now too. My brother passed away and he didn't have anybody. So myself and 2 other siblings have been assigned as, the executors. And thank goodness, knock on wood, we're all 3 agreeing on everything. And it seems to be, civil, and we're all just, we're all just wanting to just kind of move on and get through this. So, if I can say anything about that, your mom is a bit anxious about it in the sense of that almost surprised that he has done this. So, it's kind of came out of nowhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it did. It did because he's contesting what she put in her will for me and saying that I made it up and all this stuff, and I didn't. And so that would really surprise her. I say that all the time. I'm sure Mom is just blown away by this.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what she's showing me. Just shocked that this would even happen. And, I always say, hurt people hurt people. So it really is where I feel your brother is he's struggling with so much that, he's deflecting. And so it's nothing against you personally, nothing against you, hon. It's just the fact that he's grieving, unfortunately, in a way that is hurting others, So, and Mom is absolutely not happy. Yeah. And Mom's frustrated with that. I can feel it. So,
I know. I knew she would be. I didn't want her to be, but I knew she would be.
Yeah. Well, of course. I mean, and I always say too, our loved ones, when they cross over, they don't want to be the reason why family here in the physical world ends up fighting over, things. And I mean, it's like death can really bring out the worst in people. And our loved ones don't want that. If we're not at peace, they can't be at peace. So, it's one of those things where we really need to be mindful. Is this worth fighting for? And if not, then let it go, and I know that's easier said than done. I know a lot of where that goes. So, well, I know
I totally agree.
Yeah. Well, I need to get wrapping up here, hon, but I'm so glad that you called, and I'm so happy that your mom was able to come forward. And I never know, because I can never control, who comes through. But you must have been manifesting it, which helps a ton. So it's so
actually, good. A1R got a hold of me. I don't even remember asking them in recent for a reading. So it was really cool that they got a hold of me.
Okay, that's
so
really
like
cool.
I have to watch. Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is absolutely your mom's doing 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
She
I hope
scheduled
this gave you. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she absolutely did.
Yeah.
Well, I hope this gave you some peace and comfort, hon, and I appreciate you calling, and you take care, okay?
It does, Stephanie. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You're welcome, hon. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, you guys. Wow. What a great show to have coming back, right? So thank you so much for being here. I can't wait for next week. Have a beautiful night. And remember to check me out. Go to my website, mini-medium.com. Thanks again, guys. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Veil with your medium, Shelley Shonwall. Live from yourmedium.ca. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Veil on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Beyond the Veil. I'm your host, Shelley Shonwall, and I'm an evidential medium supporting those navigating grief and loss. On this show, you're going to experience some live readings, bringing forward real messages from loved ones in spirit. If you've been wondering whether they're still with you, you're in the right place. I offer private readings worldwide and sharing messages of comfort, healing, and connection. You can learn more at my website, www.yourmedium.ca. Stay with me, because this place is about healing, hope, and reminding you that you are never truly alone. And that brings us to the human experience, right? We're all here on this planet, and we're all just trying to get through our day. And when we think about our friends in spirit, a lot of the times people say to me, well, I asked for help. Will they get mad at me? I asked for too much. No, they will not. Your friends in spirit know what the human experience is about. They can be your loved ones that have left this earth plane that you know and love. They can be people that you know from when you were in spirit as well, before you came here. And they all get that we come here to learn and to gather insights and things that only this earth plane can teach us. So they're very well aware that this can be a tough place. They know that we only see our past and our future. We don't see things holistically like our friends in spirit do. They have a view of what is going on in our world that we can't see. So they're very happy when we ask for their support and for their guidance. Now, sometimes that means that we have unanswered prayers. But know that sometimes those unanswered prayers is also one of the greatest gifts we can ever have. And we don't see it right in that moment. But as time passes and we look at where we've come, a lot of the times we'll look back at what we desperately wanted and realize, well, that just wasn't going to be as good as I thought it was. And look at where I am now. So know that asking your friends in spirit is okay. Ask as much as you want. But know that they also want you to put the legwork in too. We can't ask for Mr. Right and then sit on the couch and not go anywhere to meet Mr. Right. These things just doesn't happen that way. Spirit wants us to see the effort, wants us to see us trying to grow and to learn and have different experiences. So keep that in mind when you're asking your friends in spirit for help. So we have a caller now. We're going to see who we have on the line. Christy in Manchester. Christy, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Christy. How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay, and how are you?
Oh, good. I'm here doing the show, which is always fun. Which is always lots of fun.
Excellent.
Christy,
Excellent.
you have a woman in spirit coming forward. It feels grandmotherly. You have a grandmother in spirit?
I do. I have two.
Oh, two.
Yet I was very close with one.
Okay. Because she's coming in forward, and I have this gush of love coming over me with this woman.
Aww.
Now, she wants to sit and have a cup of tea with you.
I'd love that.
Did the grandmother that you were really close to love tea or love to sit down and have a chat with you? Because it feels like there was those moments that you had together where you'd sit and you'd talk for quite a while.
Yes. We had
Okay.
many chats.
Now, it feels like you were close to this lady around the time she passed as well.
Yes.
Because what she's saying to me is that you were there for her right to the end.
Yes.
Now, would it make sense to you that you had a closer relationship to her than her and her child?
That I can't say. No.
Okay.
My mom was her daughter.
But what it's feeling is like she just feels like she had a really strong connection to you.
I think we shared different things than she did with my mom.
Okay. Because what she's saying to me is this, there was a very strong bond, and that she was always a very big part of your life.
Yes.
Now, I just heard 3 happy women.
Aw.
Yeah, you and your mom and your grandmother.
Oh.
She had she had lovely energy about her, and she was very intelligent. Like she was very logical, and she was a great person to come talk to because she wasn't ruled by her heart.
Very much.
Now it feels like she had a better education than most. Like what she's saying for her time, she had a better education. Does that make sense to you as well? She could be talking about life as well, but
yeah, I'll check that with my mom. That I'm not clear on.
okay, because it feels like what she's saying to me is that she was able to go farther than that than a lot of women her age. Oh, okay, now she's coming around talking about wartime. She was around for Second World War, wasn't she?
She was.
Okay, because she's talking about that being a time when she was kind of in her prime. She was beautiful. She was absolutely beautiful. Now, what she's showing me this image of herself. It was, as she's saying, it was the best times, it was the worst of times, because there was, the enthusiasm of the youth, but the fear of what was to come.
Oh.
Do you know she liked to dance?
Yeah.
She's showing me at dances when she was a kid, when she was young, all dressed up, absolutely gorgeous. And what she's saying, she just said to me she was a looker. Now it feels like she met her partner around an event like this. Her husband.
They were young.
Yeah, because it feels like they were in around that time is when she met this person. She says her partner, my person. Now what she's saying to me is that, her life wasn't without its sorrows as well.
Yeah.
That's a pretty generic statement. We all have our sorrows. But what where are you taking that one? So I have to talk to her a little bit, because what she wants to remind us is that she's saying to me that this too shall pass. Because what she's saying to me, it feels like you're in the midst of something right now that's tough for you.
Yeah.
And You are wondering when this will all sort itself out.
Yeah.
She's telling me there's a lot of heartache around this for you.
Mm.
Does
Yeah.
that resonate with you? It feels
does.
like a severing of something, like something's ending.
Yeah. It can be, yeah.
Now, she's also saying that as you, it's like this will open up some new doors, though. Like it feels like the grief is heavy right now, but she wants you to know that the sun will shine again. It feels right now, Christy, like you're right in the thick of it.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now she's not giving me much more else on. Okay, take me back to that. Now it feels like, okay, I do have to kind of wrap this one up, but it does feel like there's something about illness around this as well.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, would she just say, she's saying to you to keep your chin up in this, that it's a bit of a hard road. Sorry?
It is what we do.
Yeah.
Our family, yes.
She's saying that you're strong and you have this. Mariah, reminding you that she has your back and her presence is around your home in all of this. So you'll feel her presence.
I thank you.
She gives you lots and lots of love, Christy, and she's right by your side through all of this.
Thank you so very, very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We'll send you healing as well, as I know this is really hard for you. Okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good night. So as we close today, remember that love doesn't end, it changes form. And our loved ones are there in our darkest hours when we're having our own personal struggles and we're dealing with things that are tough for us. They're beside us. And if you just listen carefully, just kind of put the feelers out, you'll feel that presence and that love just coming in and surrounding you. Now, if you're also feeling called to connect, I do offer readings worldwide. So you can see more information on my website, www.yourmedium.ca. So take care, everyone. Take care of your loved ones, and I'll see you next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer. I have been out of practice for about a month, so I'm so happy to be back, and I'm so happy to come forward with this next collective message. So if you have joined us before, you know I always start with a collective message, just to kind of understand what's happening, what to expect over the next 7 days. And right now, it seems like an incredible week to get things done, especially surrounding the family. So it will require, whatever you're doing, it will require you to actually put into effort. So it's not necessarily going to come easy, but it's going to be a little bit slow. But every day, every hour, every task that you do, you are getting a little bit closer to your goal. And really, by the end of this week, and as you're going into the next week, you will feel like you have accomplished quite a bit. And again, I am seeing this around the family this week. So it could be so many different things, but whatever this may be for your particular situation, know that your hard work is going to show results. So you are allowed to have confidence, also to take some control of a situation as well. Things are changing. There's been a lot of transitions coming up for other people. Now that can be many different things. It could be a new job. It could just be a new position at that job, or new people entering your workplace. Whether it's minor or more major, it is coming forward to really help you understand what you are capable of. And that comes from everywhere from a little bit more confidence, some challenges to know that you're more ready for, and more incredible things coming forward. But just know slow steps will lead to success this week. And so we are going to go to our caller tonight, and we have Jamie from Ohio. Hello, Jamie. How are you?
Hello, I'm well. Thank you for asking.
Yeah. So what brings you to the show tonight? What type of questions do you have?
Just general questions about the future, I suppose.
Okay, yeah.
I'm kind of like stuck in between jobs. Well, jobs, just life, career, love.
All right. So I see a lot of different directions already at the beginning. Some of this is not going to be information you necessarily want, so I am going to ask you to keep an open mind. But at this moment, the first cards that are coming up is you have been tired for a very long time, and I just want you to allow yourself some grace because you've been trying hard. You have been given it time, but you will have to be giving everything a little bit more time. One thing that came up immediately is there does look like there's somebody around you who is lying to you or purposely keeping information from you in order for you to make your own assumptions. Have you had any gut feelings with anyone, particularly within your social circle right now?
No, not really.
Okay. So keep an open mind with that. It does seem like you have been in a position possibly where you have been like keeping to yourself more, like you're still standing tall, even though there's so much burden on your shoulders. But there is somebody within your circle that does not have your best interest in heart. You don't see this now, and that's okay. It is going to come after some time where you actually get more opportunities coming forward, and that person will end up revealing themselves, particularly around like job opportunities. Like, oh, okay, I have this coming towards me, and you may talk to them like, okay, should I apply for it, or do like try to get your foot in the door by talking to other people. But this particular person, and it's not necessarily malicious, there's a lot of projecting on the other person's side. But again, they do not have your best interest in your heart. So when you are going into that steps and you do start having these opportunities come to you, and they will, be careful on who you tell at the beginning stages. Everyone's going to reveal the true selves at first, but there will be some changes in how you navigate. And again, it's not about you. It's more about others projecting their own fears onto you. So you could get like a really good opportunity for a career, and somebody is like, oh no, you can't do that. That's not within your skill set. Don't even try applying for it. It's just their own insecurities, but you need to continue to look forward because that forward motion is coming through. And what I'm seeing is like you have been waiting for your train to come. You have your ticket, you've done the work, you planned your trip, the train is on its way, but it's been delayed. And that's again nothing that you have done. That causes delay. It is a lot of projection from other people causing issues on your own path. And we can give grace to other people who sometimes put a wrench in our own travel plans, but that's just a part of life. But for you particularly, Jamie, it is very good for you to continue to just be witty. So it's a bit of a sharpness that's coming in, even bluntness that is about, it is time to communicate very clearly on what you want. That can be to other people, and that can be to yourself. It could be to spirit, where you can just speak out loud and you say, okay, this is what I want. I want a job that gives me 9 to 5. I want weekends off. Be very specific about what you want. Because honestly, it seems like things have just slipped through your fingers so much over the past couple of months and even couple of years, where it's like you no longer know what direction to take because you felt like you didn't have options to take anything. So you've just been taking what's been closest to you. And like, if you want to change that trajectory, it is about being clear and cutting through all of the BS, all of the crap that doesn't serve you, because you have potential. You have all these wonderful things coming in on this train to this place you're going to go next. But you have to know what you want so you can recognize it when it comes to you. So when the train does come, make sure you get on the right one. And it is completely okay if you do feel like you need to go to another person or even go towards spirituality, whatever you want, to get some more information or even more confidence in order to step forward to the next stage. But again, just be aware on who you tell, because not everyone is going to cheer for you. I always heard this statement where people want you to succeed, but they don't want you to do better than them. And unfortunately, we see that often, and that's what's happening. And if you really want to go to the next stage where you have clarity, you're not kind of muddling around and all this kind of nonsense, really, you have to go with the next cycle. You have to move with it. And you'll be really surprised when you do, when you get an opportunity, you're like, oh, I shouldn't do that. But then you're like, I'm just going to go. When you start flowing with life, when you start actually paying attention to what the world is offering you, man, things are going to change so quickly for you. So what specifically do you want to know? Because this is general, but right, the cards are telling us not only do you need to understand what you want, but let's do that right now. What do you want from this reading? What do you want to walk away from?
I mean, what you just said makes sense because I feel like I'm definitely on a crossroads with my career and with jobs. I've just had like random jobs and just trying to find a direction. I guess I just needed that little push or clarity about what's happening, and I feel like I've been at the waiting station to jump on this train for a while. I'm about to master my patience here. My patience is definitely mastering that. What about let's see. Anything coming through about my love life at all? Or not focusing on my career?
Absolutely, we can see what comes in. And it's again the same thing as what I was getting with career. You have so many new possibilities coming towards you, and that is towards romance as well. There is still a little bit more that you need to release to open back up, to open your heart back up to more intimacy. But I see a lot of excitement coming towards you regarding romance, so it may not necessarily come out particularly like long term. I'm not seeing that yet. But what is here is that you reconnecting with the energy that you thought was lost. And this is actually finding joy, excitement, and even, what's that word? Attractiveness within intimacy and within partnerships. So it's coming back and having that joy again. It doesn't have to be complicated and difficult. Whatever you do, you are coming into a relationship that is going to bring in passion again. And there is a reminder that there is a loved one that, again, I'm not getting necessarily a sign, but someone who loved you very deeply and was connected to water. So you may have a lot of memories of you guys being out on the water together, fishing or going on a vacation near water. There's a loved one who loves you very much, who wants you to know that there is always a higher purpose, especially within this transition and journey you're going through, and the blessings that are coming towards you are going to be revealed soon. So that train is coming, but you need to make sure that you still have all your suitcases packed and you're going to a place where you have all the things that you need. So if you have your suitcases packed for the beach, make sure you have swimsuits and stuff. You don't want to wear a parka when it's like on a beach by the horizon and it's super hot. So what I'm trying to say is that you don't have to grab the first opportunity. You can decide what you want. And because when you do that, you are going to find success not only in your career, not only in your romantic life, but within yourself. And that is what is most important, because when you come home to yourself, everything naturally will fall back into alignment for you. And so I hope that helps. Know that the wheel is turning for you, and good luck, and I'm praying for you.
Thank you. This has been so informative because I feel like I have been working on myself, and I feel a little bit closer knowing that I'm not way back there. Where
you're so close.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I'm so glad you're here. I'm this New York City Celebrity Psychic. I'm not sure if that means New York City is a celebrity. I'm a celebrity. You're a celebrity, whatever. But I do work with famous people. But honestly, they're just like us, except much, much better looking and much more insecure. Amazing. People think that being massively rich will make you happy. And I'd like to say that it would make me massively happy. But I mean, money can't buy happiness, but it can rent it fairly effectively. Where was I going with this? Hi. So if you're watching this tonight, if this finds you, and you know, when people say this in like YouTube, if this finds you, it's like, it makes me nervous. Like, has it been following me? But if this finds you, it probably means that you're in a moment where your autonomic nervous system is kind of adjusting to new reality. You have been under so much stress for so long, for whatever reason, that what might feel like danger to you is actually unfamiliar happiness. Happiness is a language that you've been in survival mode for so long, and bless you, my dear, you're so strong and brave and cute, and that color looks great on you, that you sort of lost sight of the fact that happiness is not only possible, kind of your birthright. I know, easy for me to say, right? But so stick around. We're going to explain that a little more, and I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather. Psychic tarot weather is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And I'm going to what the hell? I'm going to pull or pick 3 cards. First card is for the beginning of this week. That's today. Will last for the next couple of days. Second card is the weekend. And the third card is like Monday, Tuesday, and that brings us back to next Wednesday, when it all starts again, and inevitably, brief moment of heat-induced panic. I'm actually going to do this with real tarot cards, but I made these today because I'm going to start selling them on my website. That's 3/4 of an inch tall, and these are, can you see these little teeny tarot cards? By the way, I've been doing art all day, so do not judge my nails. Okay, there we go. Can you see that? There we go. That's, what is that? So, okay, I just want to show you this one. I'm so proud of these. Anyway, so that's like, what is that? That's the Emperor card. Okay. Oh, unlike most psychics who very reverently keep their tarot cards. Oh, hi, Joni. I'll be there in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather. It'll take 39.5 seconds. Are you down?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Levy. Okay, while you're getting ready, actually, everybody should do this. Take a vagus nerve breath, which is where you, that's vagus as in VAGUS, which is the nerve that, when stimulated, regulates our central nervous system, as opposed to the vagus VAGAS nerve, which, when stimulated, has you wake up in a hotel room in a Nevada city, surrounded by 12 unconscious sex workers, 34,000 bottles of empty liquor, and wondering where the last decade of your life went. But enough about my personal life. Okay. So we're going to do these now. So here's the vagus nerve breath. You go like this. And then take another breath on top of that. Like that. Hold it like 4 or 6, and then blow out like this. which is immensely relaxing. And also, if you happen to have any 3 to 5-year-olds around, very amusing for them. Do that 3 times. First card, I love this card. First card for the first couple of days of this week. It's the Sun card. I love this card. It's a naked baby on a horse, and there's a big sun, and there's a purple scarf involved. And you don't actually have to have a naked baby on a horse. What this card means is a kind of happiness, and we're going to return to the theme of tonight's show, a kind of happiness that you've forgotten was possible. When I pull this card for clients, which is not very often, or for myself, it often is the beginning, like starting tomorrow, of a kind of happiness that you've either never experienced to this extent before, or experience has been, you've forgotten because you've been working so hard to be a grown-up. I didn't ask to be a grown-up, did you? So it's a great card. It's kind of it's a wonderful happiness card. No strings attached, just happiness. Where are we going with this? Oh, got the King of Wands next. King of Wands, there, can you see it? It's redhead. Wands is fire. So King of Wands is either fire sign, Leo, Aries, Sagittarius, or it's a man who has fire sign qualities. So he's kind of outgoing and problem solving, and probably acts first and thinks sometimes tragically 5 minutes later, but they're very charming. They're very kind of, let's do this. So I feel like that's actually what it is. It could also be you activating, whether you're a man or a woman or other or llama, whatever, activating this part of yourself. So almost done, Joni. I love the name Joni. Are you named after Joni Mitchell?
No.
I love, God, she was so great. Okay. I've totally forgotten what I was doing. Oh, fabulous. 3 of Water cards is it's like the 3 of Cups. It's a celebration card. You might be going to a wedding. You might be going to an engagement party. You might be getting engaged. Actually, it's a very strong card for that. And that kind of feels right to me. Although it's June, so you probably will be going to a wedding. You know what? I'm feeling like you're going to be celebrating, if you're a woman, celebrating with woman friends. It's something celebratory that brings the community together, makes you happy, and there's free food. Okay. Hi, Joni. Thanks for waiting. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good now. I have every Joni Mitchell song ever going through my mind. Wish I was a river I could skate away on. Hi, baby. So when's your birthday? I like to connect to people through their birthdays. I love your energy. I'm so glad you called. Hi.
March 25th, 1980.
Oh, I have shoes older than you. Yeah, March babies. I'm one too. And you're an Aries.
Yep.
This is going to be an interesting couple of years for you because Saturn just went into Aries. And when Saturn goes into our sun sign, it's there to teach us stuff that we really don't feel like learning at this time. Thank you very freaking much. I just had 3.5 years of Saturn in Pisces, and I only emerged from a fetal position under my couch about 30 seconds ago. But you're going to be fine.
Right.
Aries can do anything. Actually, I have a really good feeling about what's coming up for you. So what is your question? Because I can feel that there's a question at the top of your mind that you're a little shy about asking, but don't worry because the people you're thinking might hear it are not listening. They're in bed or playing tennis or whatever it is people do. So
I guess I'm not quite sure if it's a question, but just maybe some guidance or something like that.
I'm sorry, what was that? Say it again.
For some guidance.
Oh, absolutely, darling. You said dragons, and I'm like, wow, I haven't tried. Maybe I should try that. Yes, I'd love to give you guidance. In what particular? Gotta help me along a little. What particular area?
Well, I've just been struggling, like mentally with a few different things. My baby boy, he graduates this year, and so next month on the 15th, it'll be 3 years that my husband, his dad, has passed away. So
I'm sorry.
Just been.
Oh, yeah. Well, he just appeared. Does your son look? By the way, I don't know how your son can be graduating college, high school or college.
High school.
I don't know how that can be happening. Wasn't he just 3 last week? I mean,
yeah, for real.
He is cute. I love your son. Does he look a lot like your late husband?
Yes.
Or sort of like yeah, okay. Very much in that
little mini me.
Yeah. Oh, wow, he's cute. I'm sorry. I'm not hitting on him. I'm old enough to be his cousin. Oh, you did a great job with him, and I'm so sorry you went through all that, sweetie.
Yeah. Yeah, we had 2 boys together. Our other son graduated 2 years ago, so I had to do all this, without him, and yeah. I know it's hard on them and it's hard on me, so.
I think single mothers should be given a medal every single day. I really do.
Right.
Oh my gosh. But you did a great job. You're such a non-narcissist. What?
They're pretty good boys.
Yeah, they are. They're successful kids. I think their teenagehoods have been much less traumatic than most.
Right.
They really feel they can talk to you. They really do. Yeah. And they're honest and they have good characters. Man, if I was 30 years younger, I'd be over there like a duck in a June bug.
Yeah, the girls like them.
Now, it feels like there's a romantic energy to it, but it's like in and out. God, sorry, excuse the expression. I was just wrong. Is there somebody that you've been sort of off and on involved with? I'm trying to pick up in your romantic stuff. Yeah. Yes?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. No? Yes. Yes, no. Okay. Yes. Here's the thing. I'm a very good judge of character, except in dating.
Mm-hmm.
But that makes me an actual person. You're underestimating your own value. You are fabulous. And I don't say that to every girl. I'm not a compliment slut. You really are. You're great. I can't see you with my eyes, but I can see you with my remote viewing. You're very attractive. Very attractive. And you're very charismatic and alive, and you're kind and generous and smart.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if it's you or him that wants space unconsciously. Which one? Do you think it's you that wants a little unconscious space? Oh, we got 60 seconds.
He's actually in prison right now. So, yeah, it's been a roller coaster ride. Yeah, it's been a roller coaster ride.
I'm going to be very, I'm very sort of liberal and Pisces and all that stuff, but I think you should look elsewhere because I'm sorry he's in prison, but I think you are so wonderful. And I see somebody coming towards you who will support you financially, emotionally. Financially is nice. I keep dating musicians, so that doesn't happen to me. But financially, emotionally, and spiritually. I've got about 30 seconds. I'm going to talk really fast, but I'm good at that because I'm a New Yorker. Do you go to like church or anything like that? Do you have any kind of spiritual thing you go to? Community?
Church, yes. Church, yeah.
I think that's where you're going to meet him. I'm not saying be an awful person and leave you're still friends, but I want you to have a life. Only one of you should be in prison. And you're just wonderful. Right. I've only got 15 seconds, so I'm going to say you have a really good, the next 18 months, despite Saturn in Aries, are going to be the best in your life. Like best. Your boys are going to do great. My name is Perry, PERILYONS. Get in touch with me on Facebook. I'll give you another couple minutes because you're awesome and I want to support you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Ask Maria Now with Maria. Live from AskMariaNow.info. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-450 254-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ask Maria Now on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to my show. I'm Maria from AskMariaNow.info. My contact number is 640-208-1014. How is everybody doing? Are we getting ready for the full moon coming up? Everybody prepared? Well, I wanted to give you guys a little something that I think is going to help a lot of you. Because I get a lot of phone calls and I get a lot of consultations with people who want to know things. And whether you call a psychic or a card reader or clairvoyant or a consultant, either way, right? I just want to give you a little bit of a heads up how to navigate through your reading or your insight so you actually feel satisfied when you finish your reading, right? Or your conversation. And, I kind of made some notes for you guys that I think you could jot down for yourselves that'll help you when you want to have a reading or some insight that may help you, right? Because you definitely want to get the most out of your reading and you want to get some knowledge and you want to leave with some satisfaction. I know that many times I get calls from readers and they are, what about this? What about that? They're all over the map. So by the end of the reading, or your time ran out, or your space ran out that we could talk, you don't always get what you want. You still like having the why. Well, maybe I should have asked it different. So I'm going to give you a little clues on how to navigate through that, so you actually get the best that you can for your reading. So the biggest mistakes that I'm going to write this down. I did write it down for you guys. So the biggest mistakes that I see when, me doing this as a career is that when someone says to me, like, tell me whatever you say, or tell me whatever comes through, right? That's like you going to a doctor and saying, look at me and tell me what's wrong, right? The doctor wants to know what your symptoms or what's going on, or if you go to a hairdresser and you say to her, do whatever you want. So if I do whatever I want to cut it short and you don't like it, I'm not getting the clarity. We're not on the same page. So the most important thing I really believe is before you have your session, to write down, especially 3 or 4 most important things that you really want to know. And then I tell my clients, don't try to test me. Just tell me what you want to know. Ask me what you want to know. Let me know what's going on, and I can give you the best insight and guidance that you would need to help you through whatever situation you're going through. So know what you really want to know. You're calling us for a reason, right? You want to know something. Just let me know what happened and what do you really want to know? How am I getting there? And most of the concerns, I will tell you, are love and relationships. That's probably, I would say, at least 85% of my clients. Then we have family issues. Then we have career issues and, life direction and major decisions, right? We want to know about major decisions. Which way? What's the energy you get over it? But don't be scattered. Don't go from love to this to that. It's such a good feeling when you hang up with somebody, and I know I was really happy to help you navigate through your situation, and you're really happy that you left with a sense of a direction or where I can go or some insight and some guidance. So I wrote down how a lot of people, they ask, basically a lot of them is, will I ever find love? Okay. This is the best way to answer that, or ask that question, I should say. What is blocking me from attracting the healthy relationship that I want? So then we have a guideline. We could see what your blockages are. Or instead of saying, when will I become rich? I mean, I would tell you to ask, what opportunities should I focus on to improve my financial situation? Right? Those are like direct. They're giving you a direct question. It's not like, when am I going to be rich? All right, 5 years, 10 years, tomorrow. It's such a vague answer. You're not getting nothing out of it. You're really not. And another question I get from many, I would say, is, does he or she love me? Right? So I tell my clients, ask me something like, what is the true potential of this relationship? And what am I not seeing clearly? Right? That can kind of give us a whole different spectrum of the relationship. Well, it's going good. There's a red flag here. You know, it gives us more of, you know, the fact of what's really going on. And it gives you the clarity you need. So you're thinking along with the reading and the consultation of what's really going on. You know, readings are to give insight, direction, and empowerment. You have to take these readings and know that you have free will to do whatever you want. But you want to know some of the powerful questions also that you need to ask is, what is the energy around those relationships? What is this person truly bringing into my life? What career opportunities I might be overlooking? Maybe I don't see something, you know? Am I aligned? Do I feel happy in this situation? Like, so we could kind of navigate on those questions and really give you the insight that you really need. And you could really leave being, okay, wow, that was really great, you know? Another thing I wanted you to know also is to be open, right? To be open with us. You calling us, be open. We're not ever here to judge you. Every one of us been in situations that some we're happy about, some we regret, some, you know, we just don't know what the hell happened to us. We lost it for a few minutes, right? We don't even know what happened. It happens to us. So we want you to be open with us. I want to know how you feel about something. I want to know why you're feeling that way. I want to look at it and say, hey, you're okay with this, right? So the best thing for a great reading is to leave feeling informed, empowered, not frightened. You're not supposed to be frightened when you get off the phone with us or if we're persons sitting across from each other. We're supposed to have an open rapport. Our job, and my passion in particular, is to help you really see the true picture. And I'm sure many of the people that you have consulted, that is their goal. We're not here to give our opinions. We're not here to give our, you know, what we think we should see. We're just going to look at the situation. I'm going to give you what I get. And if it resonates, great. And if it don't, that's fine. You know, so I just hope that this could help you. And a good consultation provides the insight, not codependency on your reader or on someone who's doing the consultation. We're here to help you. You're not going to be codependent on us because what did you solve? You didn't even solve your own problem. And I think a lot of people, when they call, they think that our word is set in stone, and it's not. It really is not set in stone. It's information, it's insight, it's guidance. And you have your own inner guides to help you navigate. And that's what our real goal is, to help you. So I hope this could help. And also, just one other thing I wanted to mention is keep notes. Like write down what we're saying. Write down your questions, right? I would say always have your questions or your ideas written down. And then, you know, put down the important information, little words that somebody might say, like this word she said, or I said, or write them down and look back on it and look back, and you'll see that a lot of things came true and a lot of things didn't happen yet. So I really hope this helps. So I want your readings when you call to be definitely empowering. I want to know I helped you. And I hope anybody calls anybody to consult with, just be prepared for yourself. It'll be so rewarding to you. You'll be so happy that you did. Okay, so now I'm ready for my client. I believe her name is Connie from Toronto. Hi, Connie.
Oh, hi.
How are you?
I'm good, Maria. Yeah.
Good. How can I help?
So the reason why I wanted this reading tonight was because I've been on a health journey, and I am doing a cleanse right now. And I'm on the cleanse because I had a lot of problems with a tooth, and the dentist put me on a lot of antibiotics, and I had to have the tooth removed anyways. And at the end, it did the root canal, didn't work, blah, 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 all this stuff. Anyways, I'm doing a cleanse right now. I want to know if this cleanse is going to work and if everything is going to be okay. And if I get the implant put in, am I going to be okay? I don't want to be in excruciating pain with this implant that I'm supposed to get. I've been waiting like 9 months because it wasn't feeling right even after they removed the tooth.
Right. I get that. Okay, so you always follow medical advice. We're not here to give medical advice or anything like that. Always follow what the doctor says. But I'm going to look around the energy of this tooth, the implant, and the cleanse that you do. So when you're saying cleanse, like, are you on?
I just kind of want to know if you have anything. Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of a cleanse are you on? Like a water cleanse? What kind of a cleanse are you on?
No, it's a parasite cleanse. Yeah.
Oh, a parasite cleanse. Okay, got it. That's fine.
Like, just to, to get rid of some worms, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
parasites,
Yeah.
It's a herbal cleanse, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's everybody. Yeah, I think that everybody does a cleanse. I think people do get these things, and it's not uncommon. So it's not uncommon what you're doing. So I feel you do have a balance coming to you. So I do feel that it's going to enhance your healing, and it's going to help you. So I do feel that's a positive thing for you. And as long as the doctor's agreeing with that, and it's not going to interrupt with any of their concerns, I would always consult a doctor, though. But I'm not seeing.
I'm doing this with a holistic nutritionist, and I've known her a long time. So I'm not doing it on my own, you know what I mean? So I'm in seeing her every couple of weeks, and I follow what she says, and I'm just trying to get my stomach back in the place that it should be in, you know what I mean? And then the tooth, well, I don't know. I'm going to go month to month with the tooth. I'm not really sure yet. So
did you have the post put in already?
No, I haven't had the post put in yet. No.
Okay.
He's waiting. Okay. He doesn't want to do it yet. He's not sure. He wants to make sure that I am completely healed. It could be the tissue, because they went in the root canal 3 times, and I was in excruciating pain. Oh, yeah. And they figured that they fractured the tooth, so they had to pull it out.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was a huge thing.
That was huge. But I see you on the healing journey. Just so you know, you got a healing journey. It's showing. I think you're doing the right thing that you're doing. I feel you're on the right path. You have really good cards. It looks like the choice you made was the good choice that you did. You have quick healing, so I don't think it's going to be long. And you get a victory with that. So I'm going to tell you, you're doing the right thing. And at the end of the day, I feel like you're going to feel so relieved and so less. I feel bloatedness. I don't know if you get bloatedness with this, but I feel like the bloatedness goes away, and I think you're doing the right thing. Yeah, I feel like that's one of the main.
I think I believe I'm on the right journey. Yeah. Can I ask you one other question? I have a couple of lawsuits in. My dad was tragically killed, and I was in a car accident.
Oh my
now,
God.
I just want to know if they're going to come to an end soon, because my dad's dying was horrific.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hold on. Well, the lawsuit.
Yeah.
So you're asking me if they're going to come soon, right? Hold on. All right, let's take a look. You got justice coming to your side. You're going to be out of this before the next 1, 2, 3, 4. Before the end of the summer, going into fall, you'll have some kind of direction of where you're going, and you're going to reap. There's no benefit here. I mean, you lost your dad. It's terrible, but the lawsuits will be going in your favor. So you got that.
Okay. So more like next year, right? Yeah.
It could be a little sooner than that, to be honest with you, because I'm seeing right after the summer, like fall, winter, right around that time. It could be always sooner. That's just a time frame.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Ask Maria Now with Maria. Live from Ask Maria. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.
Wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. You're having a great week. It's been sort of a week of lots of ups and downs around the world, lots of different weather events and a lot of stuff going on politically, and it's almost like you want to close the door and just sit back and relax with a cup of your favourite beverage and just let the world go by. And I can understand that. You know, sometimes things seem sort of very overwhelming. We'd just like to get off that merry-go-round for 5 minutes, but, you know, sometimes that's not possible either. So the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is an unusual card when it comes to teaching, because people sort of tend to sort of think that, you know, when we look at the pages and the knights and the kings and the queens, oh, look, they're all very confusing. I don't know what to do with them. Now, the pages, in my opinion, and it is my opinion, are young women. I don't know too many men back in the dark ages or even back in today's society that run around with dresses on. And the fact that in the tarot that a lot of people I see teach that, you know, pages and knights are all male. Well, that's a bit sexist dominant. You know, we've got to have a balance of both. So I've always looked at pages as being young women up to the age of 25. Now, I want to be very clear on this. If you're performing a tarot reading for yourself and you have a page come out or a knight comes out and your children are over the age of 25, they will always, and I mean always, come out in your reading as a page or a knight, because they're your children, they're younger than you are. So I just wanted to clarify that. So the Page of Swords, young woman to the age of 25, it can be the card of spying or deception. Now, there's things that happen in our lives sometimes where we feel that people are sort of looking over our shoulder or spying on something that we're doing or not being truthful. And that's what I mean by spying and deception. It can be that you think somebody's copying your work or taking your ideas or taking the glory for your ideas at work or in other situations, or deception. Now, deception comes in many forms. It can be a form of us deceiving ourselves. It can be people that are closest to us or even people that we don't know that are causing a deceptive situation. Now, the secondary meaning here of this card is reflecting back over one's shoulder. So it's looking back to your past, looking over what you've done, seeing how far you've come, seeing what progress you've made, seeing what needs to be done next. It doesn't mean that it's completed. It means have a good look, have a look behind you, see if there's anything that you've missed. Is there anything that you need to tidy up, anything you need to bring forward, or is everything clear? And if that's the case, then you can move forward with confidence. But it's a card of sort of asking us to be alert and aware of the situations that are sort of happening with us or around us at the present moment. Now, we're going to move on to the astrological part of the show. And I'm pleased to say the sun's in Gemini, and that's always a nice place for the sun to be, I sort of feel. No matter what your star sign is, when the sun moves into Gemini and it's about halfway through the year, it's sort of like we all get a little bit of a shot in the arm. We almost sort of feel, okay, there's some excitement in the air, because the Gemini energy is so changeable and sort of asks us to sort of get out there and explore our own local environment and, you know, get in touch with things. So no matter which part of the world you're in, here in the Southern Hemisphere, we're heading into winter, and the Northern Hemisphere is heading into summer. So things become a little bit freer and easier, and, you know, get out and have barbecues and, you know, picnics in the park and things like that sort of after a long, dark winter. So it's a refreshing change to be able to sort of get out there and start to enjoy things. For us here in the Southern Hemisphere, it's a time when we start to look to sort of hibernate and sit around with a hot cup of something to warm us up and sort of, you know, thinking about maybe the changes that we need to make in our lives heading towards this next 6 months of the year. So no matter which part of the hemisphere you're in, you're all about change. You're all about sort of exploring what's local and, you know, getting some ideas and looking at what you need to complete as we head towards the second half of the year. So it's a very positive time. So happy birthday to all the Geminis. You know, look, I'm sure there's lots and lots of Geminis around the world, and I have lots of Gemini friends and colleagues and family members and clients that sort of, you know, really sort of look forward to this magical time of the year when it's their time to strut their stuff, when they can really sort of come into their own. And, you know, sometimes they say things that really do take you by surprise, and it's sort of, it's thought-provoking and it's good because, you know, they're very genuine sort of people. What they think, they've blurted out and that's it, and they've moved on to the next thing before they've even had time to sometimes even process what your reaction is. It's like snap of the fingers, keep going, you know, like I've got lots of things to share with you today, and that's a good thing. You know, here in Australia we used to have a weatherman that used to have the map of Australia up, and every day he knew every garden party, every fete, every special event that was going on around the country. I don't know whether he took too much notice of the weather, but, it was a real icon here that, he was a weatherman that took interest in some little out-of-the-way place because somebody wrote in and told him they were having a fete. So he'd give that airtime. So it was like he was local to everyone. So, there may be somebody in your environment that you see like that knows everything. They're not a gossip. They're just trying to share the knowledge and share the wisdom of what's going on in your local environment so you don't miss out. And that's a good thing. We have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected, has now moved its way into Gemini. Now, he's going to be there for a very, very long time. The reason I'm bringing it up at the moment is that when a planet moves into a new energy, it's at its strongest in a sense. It's like it's going in there, flexing its muscles and saying, I've arrived, and this is what I want you to do. As it moves further through the sign, becomes a little bit tamer because, it doesn't have to make such a bold impact saying I've arrived. It gets on with the job that needs to do. So with Uranus sitting in Gemini, and it will be there for over 7 years, at the moment it's sort of shaking things up. Now, it's shaking things up in as much as unusual, unexpected things. You might be feeling uncomfortable. You might be feeling restless. You might be feeling dissatisfied. You might be also feeling I can take on the world. Uranus can work in many different ways, but what it's asking you to do is look very carefully at the things in your life that maybe you've neglected to look at changing or moving on from, that, it's now time. You've got the energy with you to be able to make those changes and to be able to move forward. And that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. So it's, be very careful what you wish for, be very careful what you blurt out verbally, because Uranus is listening. So don't verbalize something in the heat of the moment like you don't like your job, because then Uranus says, oh, you don't like the job, we'll get rid of it. So you've got to be very careful about that. On the positive side with Uranus here, Uranus can create opportunities out of nowhere. You can feel like you're in a rut, nothing's moving, and then sort of bingo, all of a sudden the heavens open up and you've got many, many opportunities that you can choose from, or the opportunity that you've been waiting for. So with Uranus, I'm going to say it's definitely affecting these signs. It's affecting Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. Its opposite sign is Sagittarius, but it is flowing into the other 8 signs. Maybe nowhere near as strong. It may be very sort of watered down, or sort of may only be a little bit, but it's definitely going to be affecting all the 12 signs. And this is why I found in the last couple of weeks, people are incredibly restless, don't know what to do with that energy. And I've just said to them, just chill, just wait for the signs, wait for something to open up and show you what your next move is. And, if you've completed your homework, then just be patient. It's not a time to sort of go out there and try and make something happen just because you feel restless. You've got to work with the energy and the thoughts and the things that are coming to you. Don't just go out there blind and try and change something just because you feel restless. Sort of find something that calms you down a little bit. Listen to some music, watch a movie, go for a walk, take the dog for a walk, do something else. So we have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Cancer at the moment. None of these 3 planets that I'm going to talk about that are in Cancer are holding hands or conjunct in any way. They're individual, sitting in their own energy, just having a good time. So we have Mercury, the planet of communication, in Cancer. Now, this is really interesting. Mercury moves fairly quickly around the zodiac. So when it has a chance to be in your sign, or a sign that you feel comfortable with, then communication flows a lot easier. Now, with Mercury in Cancer here, it's asking everybody, regardless of your star sign, to get in touch with your feelings. Be careful about what you say. Don't do things, or don't open your mouth and say something that's cruel or nasty to somebody, because at the moment they could be feeling very, very vulnerable themselves and very, very sensitive to what you've got to say. It's a time to sort of think before you speak, no matter what your star sign is. Now, Mercury will be here for a little while in Cancer, so it really is definitely affecting the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. The opposite sign of Cancer is Capricorn. So I'm really urging Capricorns to think think through what you're going to say 5 times before you open your mouth, before you say something or do something that's detrimental because you're in a bad mood or you're not getting your own way or you don't feel well. You don't need to take it out on the other person that might be there to try and help you or improve your life in some way, or making suggestions from their point of view that may be beneficial to you. And, I'm going to say those 4 signs can be a little bit snappy when, somebody says to them something that they don't want to hear or isn't in their wheelhouse. They're not necessarily open enough to listen to suggestions. So make sure you have your listening ears on here too. It's very, very important. It is washing over the other 8 signs, but nowhere near as intense. But my message to everybody is make sure you put your listening ears on. It doesn't cost anything to listen, and it doesn't cost anything to put a smile on your face and make somebody feel a little bit more at ease. We have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is also sitting in Cancer. So what does that mean? Yes, I mean, it's affecting the previous water signs that I spoke about in the opposite sign of Capricorn, but it's also meaning for any of the signs. If you're seeking love or you're looking for love, then maybe we need to go somewhere near the water, or go to somewhere that makes us feel warm and cozy, or makes us feel like it's family, that we feel emotionally secure. So no matter what your star sign is, if you're looking for love, then follow those rules of thumb. If you feel secure going and sitting by the lake and going fishing and having a picnic, then do that. You never know who you might meet while you're down at the lake fishing. Sort of, it's got to be something that feels right to you. So, there's a lot of people on the planet that are seeking love at the moment. There's a lot of people that are already in established relationships that are feeling a little bit of strain. My suggestion is do something about that. Pack a picnic and go near the water, or go down and have a seafood meal or something like that. Sort of just make sure that you're putting the magic back into the relationship. I think sometimes we just get a bit too busy with the day-to-day life, and we forget about that we need to emotionally invest in our relationships as well. Jupiter's still sitting in Cancer, will be for another couple of months. We've been talking about Jupiter in Cancer for a while, but Jupiter is now direct, which is really amazing, and it's good, and it's helping all our little Cancerians sort of find their way through life. And there's still some opportunities to be had if you haven't sort of taken up the ones that have been before you. You've got a little window now, that don't miss out on those opportunities. Again, I'm talking about all the water signs that I spoke about and the opposite sign of Capricorn. And for the rest of us, yes, there is opportunities there, but they may be subtle. They may not be, large as life and in your face, but you've really got to sort of look for them and work with them when the opportunities come. We don't have to take every opportunity that crosses our path. That's the wonderful thing about being alive, is that we are human and we can pick and choose, and we can say, yeah, thank you very much, that's a great opportunity, but I'm going to decline because it doesn't sit well with me at this time, or it's the wrong timing in my life, or I just don't want it. You have the right to say no. Finally, we're going to wrap up with Mars in Taurus. Now, this is important because when Mars, the planet of action, goes into Taurus, and he's been there for a couple of weeks now, he's sort of asking each and every one of us to, number one, look at our personal finances. Number two, look at how we're living. Are we living by our own rules? Now, disregard your star sign. I'm saying this as a general rule of thumb. Every single star sign needs to look at their personal spending. Are they living above their means? Is there ways that you can claw back a little bit and sort of maybe get some savings or pay down some of your debt? This is what Mars is asking you to do. He's giving you the energy and the inclination to sort of do this. He's not asking you to sort of race out there and buy a new sofa, even though many of you might think that's the great thing to do. But Mars is sort of looking at it more on a practical side and a monetary side more so than a comfort side. So make sure that you sort of go back, revisit your finances, see if there's anything there that you can tighten up before Mars moves on. And then you'll start to feel as if you're back in the driver's seat again in your own life, which I know is important because many people have messaged me and said that they sort of feel like their lives are out of control, that they're on a fast train that's never going to stop. This is your opportunity to claw that back and take a little bit of your own power back. We're going to take our first caller now, which is Loretta in Lowood in Manitoba in Canada. Are you there, Loretta?
I am here.
Great, sweetie.
Can you hear me?
Do you have a question? I can hear you, Loretta. Do you have a question I could answer for you tonight?
Okay. Well, yes, I actually just came out of a 4-day vision quest, and it was really intense.
So I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about the message that I received.
Okay. That's a
like,
really interesting question, because what you've just been through would have been a very intense program in lots of different ways. Everybody would have taken something different out of what they were doing with the Vision Quest. But for you, I feel that you went a lot deeper than, other people around you, and that's not a bad thing. So as far as the messages that came through, look, it doesn't matter which way we look at how we receive a message, Loretta. Not all messages are verbatim. You know what I mean? Like when you get a message, it's not exact. It's asking you to put your own spin on it, or your own feelings on it, or your own thoughts on it. It's like, here's the outline. Here's the, I've given you the first sentence. Now I want you to write the rest of the sentences behind it or elaborate on it. So I'm not going to say the messages that you got were wrong. What I'm going to say is they may not have been what you expected. You know what I mean? Like you were expecting a certain type of message and you got something else that it sort of sat you back down. You thought, well, I've got to think about this. This wasn't what I was expecting. So they're not necessarily wrong. I think they're to stimulate you to get you out of your very comfortable zone and start to think in other ways. Does that feel right to you?
Yeah, well, okay, two things. So, yeah, when you said that I went deeper than anyone, I was actually the only one who made it right to the end. The other one, because it was so intense, everyone else dropped out. But, yeah, no, I didn't have any expectations, but the messages that came, I put intentions out, and the way that they came to me were different than I had expected, and beautiful, definitely. But I just wanted to see if I was missing anything or whatever. But no, it was amazing.
No, I don't believe you're missing anything, but I want you, if you haven't already done so, to write down in great detail what these messages were and how you felt, and whether there was any colours or whether there was anything that was out of place or was different. You might have had a beach scene and all of a sudden you saw a crystal coming out of the sky, for argument's sake. You know what I mean? Which didn't fit the rest of the scene. I want you to go back and do that, because I think, to me, this is just sort of the beginning part of the message. It's going to be expanded upon. Now, whether the expansion is going to come from further messages or just come from your own thoughts or your own feelings, I think it's going to be a combination of both. But this, to me, was sort of like the beginning of the book. We've got more pages to fill yet. So it's interesting that you were the only one that was able to go to the completion point, and the others sort of dropped out at different various paces along the way. And I mean, obviously they dropped out because they didn't feel comfortable, and that's okay. There's no criticism there. But maybe you were the only one that was meant to go the full distance too. Did you think of that? I always believe that a room full of people, whether they're learning something, going on a meditation or whatever they're doing, the universe has put them together for a reason. It's not just they all went because it was Tuesday night. So, you were there with a group of people that collectively the energy was right for each and every one, and each person got what they needed to out of it, but you were able to go to the end. And I think that's a real feather in your cap. But that also shows me that you've been doing work on yourself for quite some time. You were ready for this experience. You were more than ready. So that's a good thing too. So, whether you keep in touch with any of the people that went on the journey with you is inconsequential. It's not what it's about. It's about what you gained out of this and where do you go next. Was there any part of this that sort of showed you that you were some sort of healer or had some sort of wisdom from the past that you're not using or haven't brought to light yet?
I think pretty much the whole journey. I was so in tune with earth and spirit. I actually did travel to the spirit realm, and I saw sacred geometry and hieroglyphics and stuff that I don't normally get. And I've done different ayahuasca and mushroom ceremonies, and I've never had those experiences. And it was just being there and connecting with the earth. And I really embraced that whole, my spirit name, Sacred Rainbow Woman. It was, I don't know where you live, but in Manitoba, it was we're in Celsius. It was like yellow warning. It was so hot. And anyway, and there was a beautiful rainbow in the sky. And I just felt like that was a message to me. And it was like, I am like a bridge from heaven to earth, like just the way the clouds were. It was just so beautiful. But yeah, very in tune.
Yeah, no, don't ignore any of that. I think all of that's probably very, very right and very real. And to answer your question, I'm here in Australia, so we're in the middle of winter. You're heading into summer. Yeah, so, but, you know, these things are really important because, you know, you've got to look at that and sort of take that information and write it down, that how you felt with the rainbow and that it was warm and it was nice and all these sort of things, because this is all part of the message. You know, the message isn't just the little bit that we got. It's the stuff that goes around it and how we felt and, you know, did it make your heart sing? Did it make you sad? You know, these are important parts of the message as well. But I think it was clearly showing you with the hieroglyphics that you are a very, very old soul. We don't necessarily need to go back and study hieroglyphics, but it was trying to show you and share with you that your soul goes way back. Your soul just doesn't stay where you are now physically on the planet. You know, you've been in many different environments through your soul's journey, and that you went way back to sort of not so much the beginning but to a time of tremendous wisdom, and with that wisdom you've taken that wisdom, but you've also had the opportunities along the way to do some healing, to sort of, you know, to help people get on their path. So, you know, there may be other opportunities that are going to come up over the next few months where you get the opportunity to, say, take up a new healing regime or add something else to your personal journey that, you know, I feel is going to end up becoming professional. I didn't just feel this was just for you. Is that where you're hoping to take this?
I do moon ceremonies and I do different kinds of healing and already, and yeah, I do want to take it another level. But for me, I was also looking, because it was that connection into the spirit realm. I've never really gone there before, and I had a loved one that passed away. I thought I would have connected with her. I didn't, but I learned some really great insights, and there was a fawn that was included that actually unfortunately was shot during the journey, and I shed many tears, but it really led to opening and doing some other healing. So it was just like a crazy experience.
Yeah, but it sounds like there was many things sort of all wrapped up into one, you know, it was like they had so many layers they had to get through and share with you that they couldn't expand on each and every one. It was like the highlight package of everything. And that's why I think there's going to be more messages to come through. But when they were saying to me, you were going to take this more professionally, I felt it wasn't just small groups. I felt it was going to be, there's more to come out of this, whether it becomes something that you teach by, you know, Zoom or something like that. It wasn't just staying in your local environment. It was like there was going to be a lot of other people attracted to what you were doing or what you're doing with your local environment, that they want to be included too. So there'll be other thought patterns that'll come to you, and that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. I suppose the most important thing I want to share with you is when you go to bed of a night, make sure you got some way of some great inspiration comes to you in the middle of the night that you can record it, write it down or whatever, because it won't be there in the morning. You know, you got to physically get up and, you know, I have a tendency to put it on my phone and then go back over it, you know, when time permits. So I want you to do that, because they're going to give you some nuggets and some jewels there that are going to be sort of like the seed or the beginning of things. And that's really important too. And they were also showing me that you need to increase your water intake.
Okay. I'll tell you, I'm really dehydrated right now because of the Vision Quest. Like literally, like it was crazy. So I will definitely increase my water. Thank you.
Yeah, they were just sort of showing me that as, you know, not get gallons of the stuff into you every day, but just sort of consciously have a glass of water or water with you at times that, you know, if you're feeling a little bit thirsty, a mouthful's all you need. It's like, it's helping bring this in. It's like, like electricity for you. This is your electricity. This is what keeps you going. So it's going to be very interesting over the next few months, because I do think there's going to be some powerful dreams, but I also think there's going to be some powerful downloads at times when you're busy doing something else, like, you're driving to the supermarket or something, and all of a sudden they're downloading all this information and you think, oh, I haven't got any way of recording it, I'm driving, but those ones will probably stick with you. But it's the ones in the nighttime that they bring, that once they're brought, they're gone. You know what I mean? There's no way of winding it back and looking at it again. So really, really sort of interesting in that way.
So I am dreaming almost every, like I said, they are starting to come already. They're coming all the time. Every day I'm dreaming, and my dream recall is getting so much stronger. I remember every day, but not the whole dream.
No, but if it's something that's really significant, that's the one I want you to, write down or record in the middle of the night. I don't want you to get up every night and sort of, have your cell phone there and sort of recording everything. You'll know if it's really significant, that sort of it's jarred you awake sort of thing, that you've got to get up and record it or put it down in some way so that you can revisit it tomorrow. So that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the dreams are going to get more intense, and it's going to be things like that you weren't expecting. You're driving down the street, the street sign says Jones, but all of a sudden it has a different message on it, and that's just for you. Your mind's not playing tricks on you. Your eyes aren't going bad. It's just that's their way of getting a message in one or two words, like to get your attention. So they're going to work with you on many different levels like that. So if you can understand that, not be upset by it or concerned by it, this is just where they're taking you. When they start increasing psychic ability, which is what they're doing, and opening up you to other possibilities, they sometimes go into overload. And then sort of once they've all got in there, and it's not always necessarily passed over relatives, it's whoever's coming forward to give you the knowledge, they're all jockeying for position. So it's like Bob came in the middle of the night, it's Mary's turn now, but hang on, Sue wants to get in, and so does Auntie Mary, and you know what I mean? They're all fighting to get there. So this is why sometimes things just come in highlight packages, or a name on a street sign or something that is completely random, because they're trying to get your attention. That sort of like that's their 3 seconds of fame, if you want to put it that way. And then it's up to you to piece around what did that mean, or I'll put that to one side because I don't know at the moment, and it'll come to you, it'll pad itself out in its own time. So don't look at anything as being uncomfortable. Just put it to one side. It will come back to you if it's meant to. So I know you're on the right path, Loretta. It's been lovely chatting with you. I've got to go now because we've come to the end of the show. So it was lovely to speak with Loretta in Canada. So this week I want to leave you with a song that I think is very uplifting, very positive, and I think we could all do with a little bit of positivity in our lives at the moment, and something we can tap our feet to and sort of sing along with the lyrics. And look, I'm a huge fan of many genres of a lot of music around the world. Yes, I have a couple of favourites, of course, you know those, but I like lots of different music. But most importantly to me, music has got to tell a story. It's got to tug at those heartstrings. It's got to get you to sort of do something different with your life, or sit up and take notice. I don't like instrumentals because there's no words, and it's got to have a message. It's got to connect with you. So this week I'm going to leave you with one of my favourite songs by Billy Joel, and it's My Life. And I think we can all sort of go for that. It's my life. It's time to sort of stand up and be counted and do what you really want to do, or what you hope to achieve with your life. So until next time, bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live live from holistic-health.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to Energy Intuition Transformation. I'm Sue Williams, the Spirit Psychic, and oh, do I have a card for you this week. A little quick look. Because I actually laughed out loud when I drew it in the best possible way. Because this week's Oracle card is not asking you to dig deep or sit with something heavy, as sometimes we do, or do any emotional excavating whatsoever. This week's card is asking you to play. Whoa! And the deck, as I just gave you that little glimpse, the deck this week is the Magical Spirit Oracle, another of my lovely little tiny decks. And this one's by Alexis Raccoon. And the card I've drawn for this week is, oh, there we go. And it's Magic, Power, Beginnings, Transformations. And the message on this little card, I'm not underestimating my own magic anymore. And I want you just to take that in for a second. Not I'm trying to believe in myself, not I'm working on my confidence, not one day I'll stop doubting myself. I am not underestimating my own magic anymore, full stop. And there's something so deliciously bold about that statement, so unapologetic, so, dare I say it, magical. And that's exactly the energy we're stepping into today. So let's just go a bit deeper with this little card. Now, the word magic gets thrown around a lot in spiritual spaces, but I want to talk about what it actually means, because this card is pointing to something very real. Magic, at its core, is the capacity to create. We've heard of the alchemists who created gold from lead, and there's also in our day-to-day lives the shift of energy to transform what is into what could be. And here's the thing. You do this every single day. Every time you hold a vision and take a step toward it, as we've done in other shows, well, that's magic. Every time you trust your gut, follow an inspired idea, or choose hope over fear, that is magic. And you're not waiting to become magical. You already are. The card carries three themes: power, beginnings, and transformations. And together they tell a complete story. Power, well, that's the quiet, steady recognition of your own capacity. The moment you stop giving your energy away, giving it away to doubt, and then start channeling into possibility. Beginnings, because magic always marks a threshold. Something new is available to you right now that you may have missed because you were too busy telling yourself you weren't ready. And transformations, and I love a good transformation. Because when you stop underestimating yourself, everything shifts. Not just what you do, but how you feel, how you move, how you show up. The world doesn't change first, you do, and then the world responds. And this cute little card with those eyes just looking at you there This card is a cosmic permission slip, and it has your name on it. And also, something is happening astrologically. I mean, a lot has this year already. And the sky actually at this time is sparkling. And the timing of this card could not be more perfect, because June 2026 has some of the best astrology of the entire year. And it's absolutely dripping with magic. Right now, we have both Jupiter and Venus in Cancer, a recipe for pleasure, abundance, warmth, and joy. The sky is actively conspiring to help you feel good, to connect deeply and attract more of what you love. Venus moves into Leo on June 13th, and that's bold, radiant, expressive Leo, bringing louder, more celebratory energy that positively demands you stop hiding your light. And the Sun and Uranus together in Gemini are sparking novelty, creative breakthroughs, and that electric feeling that anything is possible. Astrologers are calling early June some of the best astrology of the whole year, a genuine invitation to enjoy life. Lean into what delights you and trust that the universe has good things in store for you. And the magic card and the June sky are singing the same song. So stop playing small. The stage is set, and it's time for you to step into your sparkle. So let's go even deeper and do our weekly meditation. And this one I have called Stepping Into Your Magic. And let's just take a few moments to really anchor this joyous energy into your body by doing this meditation. And before we start, please remember, don't listen to this while driving or operating machinery. And if you need your full focus right now, keep your eyes open and come back and enjoy this with the replay. So when you're ready, and if it's safe to do so, just gently close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath in, and even slower, let it go. Again, breathe in deep and slow, and release it even slower. And while you're doing that, let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw soften. And let a little smile play at the corners of your mouth, because we're about to have some fun. Now imagine that somewhere in the center of your chest, right at your heart center, there is a tiny spark. It's always been there, always. But today we're going to pay attention to it. With your next breath, imagine that spark growing a little brighter, a little warmer, not forced, just noticed, just welcomed. And with each breath you take, it expands. It begins to fill your chest, your shoulders, down to your fingertips, your toes. It moves down into your belly, your legs, your feet, throughout all your body. And this is your magic, your actual, real, entirely your own magic. And it's been there this whole time, quietly waiting for you to stop overlooking it. Now, I want you to think of one thing, just one, that you do with a kind of effortless ease. Something that comes naturally to you, that others notice and admire. Perhaps something that you've been dismissing as not that special, but let yourself really look at it. And that thing, well, that is magic. Now say silently or out loud if you like, I am not underestimating my own magic anymore. Feel what that does in your body, how it feels. Say it again like you mean it. I am not underestimating my own magic anymore. And let that settle into every cell throughout your body. Breathe it in. So it is really there and ready for you to access at any time. And after you have done that, when you're ready, just wiggle your fingers and toes. Take a deeper, slower breath. And if they're closed, gently open your eyes and bring that spark back with you into the rest of your day. And now we spoke about astrology earlier, and your magical invitation this week is something I'm going to give you now. With Venus and Jupiter lighting up the sky and Gemini season buzzing with possibility, your invitation for this week is simple. Do one thing purely because it delights you, not because it's productive, not because it's on the list and needs to be crossed off, not because you've earned it or deserve it by some imaginary criteria. Do it just because it lights you up. Dance in your kitchen. Start your creative project that you've been meaning to get to for so long. Wear the thing that makes you feel like you. Say yes to the spontaneous invitation that comes out of the blue. Have that second coffee. Just sit there as long as you want. And also you can go and sit in the sun for as long as you'd like to. And during that time, just do absolutely nothing. Just allow the beautiful thoughts to occur in your mind. Because magic doesn't always arrive in grand, dramatic gestures. Sometimes it arrives in the small, joyful, fully alive moments when you remember that being here, being you, is something genuinely remarkable. So magic, power, beginnings, transformations. And that message from the beautiful little card, I am not underestimating my own magic anymore. What a card. What a week. What a sky to be standing under. And remember, you are not ordinary. You were never ordinary. And this week, the universe, through this beautiful card, through the aspect of the planets, through whatever quiet pull brought you to this show today, joining me, which just gives me so much delight. Well, all those things are reminding you of that you are not ordinary. And remember also, your power is real. Your beginnings are available right now. Your transformation is already underway. And if you're seeking support in reconnecting with your own magic even more deeply, I'd love to work with you through one of my magical modalities. Just go to holistic-health.au and reach out through the contact form. So thank you so much for being here with me this week. And until next time, have a completely magical, blessed week. Stay open, stay grounded, and for goodness sake, stop underestimating yourself. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship with Lisa Thurgate Marks. Lisa Thurgate Marks. Live from LisaThurgateMarks.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Lisa Thurgate Marks here, coming live from Mermaid Waters in Queensland. I'm actually off to Piranha Fest this afternoon, which will be wonderful. It's a festival we have over here, second year running. We have a lot of great inspirational speakers. There'll be dancing, conscious dancing, trance dancing, breath work, yoga, Pilates, dance. So much for everybody. It runs over 3 days or 4 nights, 3 days. Yeah, so it's really good as a working medium and psychic to recharge my energy. And that is one way of protecting my energy, is to keep the vitality, the play, the balance of work, rest and play all happening, is to go and nourish my soul. And when we've been talking about the last few weeks about how do we protect our energies, one of the most important things is actually keeping our vibration high, not sinking, not feeling heavy, not feeling depleted. So in any which way that you would like to charge your energy, to bring out the play, to bring out the inner child, just to make you feel happy or calm, whatever it is the right way for you. And, you know, sometimes it could be having that nice warm bath. When we talk warm baths and just that nice comforting feeling of actually being back in our mother's womb where we're all nice and snug and safe, it actually allows you to connect to your higher self. When we connect back to our higher self and why we came here for this path, this journey that we are having, the warmth of a bath will allow us to just seep down and wash away all the troubles of the world, any negative energy, anything that's not serving us, and just allowing us to drift. And it's a beautiful feeling. So a good way, again, if you're not out dancing and doing the somatics and the breath work, out having fun with friends in nature, grounding, connecting to the ethers, the cosmos above, is to just coming back in and just relaxing, feeling centered, which way that will be in a warm bath is a beautiful one. I have a lovely caller, Trish, coming. How are you, Trish? Lovely to hear from you.
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm
Thank
very
you.
well,
You too.
thank you. My daughter's actually off to LA this weekend, to America. Beautiful weather over there. She'll be leaving cooler weather. I'm so excited, but yeah, nervous, and I don't get to spend the 21st with her. Yes, it is.
Wow.
But where I live, we don't get much winter. But yeah, no, it's lovely.
Well, that's good.
Would you like some guidance today, Trish, or would you like to connect with a loved one? What would you like?
Oh, goodness. Gosh, I could use a little of both, but I think that I would love to connect with a loved one if I could.
Were you able to
I
hear
actually,
me?
yes, I'm just connecting. Sorry. Yes, I'm just feeling. I actually have a mail came straight in for you before you even started talking, which is quite interesting.
Wonderful.
You're like, yeah. He's saying, "Are you okay?" And the short answer is yes. The long answer is long. He said, "Oh, okay." Does that make sense? Yeah, he said, "Are you okay?" The short answer is yes. The long, but there is a longer answer. It's around. I keep getting the words letting go of the anxiety. I feel he's very. I'm getting the word peace, but very calm, very calm. Speaking up. So this is now for you to be able to talk more. So if you can actually get it out more, how would that resonate with you to be able to be out more out in public, more out joining different things, what you're saying,
Yeah,
different things,
I know.
maybe groups.
I know it's time. I know it's time. It's just hard.
And it is. And he is acknowledging that, but also when you are out and your spirit is lifting and you're getting the energy of people around you, providing you join something nice or go to church or community group or even just going for a lovely, afternoon tea, morning tea, things like that, going to the library. When you're connecting with people whose energy's up, it's actually going to bring you up more. The more that we can bring you up in your feelings, the more that you will be able to connect through to your husband more. The more that his energy will be able to come through. No, it's your father. Sorry. Sorry, did you say something?
No, I
Hello?
didn't. I hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, so the more that you can connect, does that make sense?
Yes. Did you say something about a father?
Yes. First, I feel there's a man around you, he's like your husband, but I actually have a father here as well. I've got 2 men, 3 men. Oh my God, I've got 3. I have 3 men.
Yeah.
Aren't you lucky? No. So you're lucky that they all came in.
Yeah, my husband passed, but my father is still alive.
Has your husband here, but is your father have dementia or something? Or very like up in, because his energy's coming through, because I had your husband, but then I got the word father, so there's something around your father as well.
Well, my father is going to be 94 next week.
That doesn't mean
he is
he's
up there in
passed.
age.
Yeah, it's just that his energy's up there connecting. So you must be having some sort of communication with your dad, or your husband's coming around your dad. And I've also got another man up here. So your husband is not alone, but he would like you to go out more, bring your energy up, join these clubs, do things. Is there a community, or is there an ex-services club or something that you can join? Ex-services. Oh.
I really have been trying to find something. I live in a very rural area, and I don't really know many people. We hadn't lived here long when he got sick. So I have been going to church.
So even to go to church, ex-services, like something for widows, going to if you could get into, like, we have a Country Women's Association, CWA, here in Australia, which is very good too. He's talking about getting in with services, even to the library would be good for you. There must be different groups that you can do.
Yeah,
He's
I've been
holding
looking at different.
different
Huh?
areas. He keeps holding between my chest here. Has anything happened with his chest? Because he's holding between my breastbone here. Or is that you just with your anxieties?
Maybe. I do have anxiety.
Yeah, because he keeps talking about the anxieties holding between the chest. And I'm getting, so you know what, if you go out and ask him to come with you, because if you're still talking and feeling and say, come on, come with me, help me lift my spirits today, you're there for company, you will feel him more because he tells me he's always around you. I keep looking in the back garden to the left-hand side. Good. He's showing me the back garden to the left-hand side. Does that mean anything to you?
Well, I'm not sure. I wish he could tell you what, I mean, no, I don't, I'm not sure what he's referring to.
In the left-hand side?
The water. Yeah. It's just, it's the water back here.
Is it water, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's just telling me if you can look out to there anyway, there's something in the left-hand side. So if it's the water view or the water, or have a look, have a feel around there, because he is always around you. That might have been a spot that he actually liked, that he's looking to. Has he ever fished?
Yeah, he loved fishing.
Thank you. Maybe watching the people fish might connect you as well, just going and sitting and watching, because he's showing me fishing. Yeah. He's sending so much love. Do know too, when people, their soul and they're like feeling towards readying to depart, it doesn't mean they're going to go straight away, but you can often feel people's energy because their soul's going up. It's a lot more comfortable for them up there. And your dad's obviously feeling the energy of your lovely husband.
Oh.
Your husband just keeps pushing out so much love to you. He just wants to just drag you in and give you the biggest hug, like drag you in. He said it was like, pulling you right in, big bear hugs. Oh, that's gorgeous.
That's because I say every day I say, I just really miss your hugs.
Oh, because he's giving them to you, the biggest bear hugs too. Oh, I love that for you. I love that. And at least you know he's there with you. You've got so much beautiful evidence too to know that he's there. So with that in mind, it's beautiful to go and worship you being here, because you still have a life to enjoy, he's saying.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLees.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. My name is Jenna Lee. I am so excited to be here. I have been desiring to sit outside, which is where I'm at right now. So I'm just kind of checking my surroundings. I might look a little lopsided because I am outside on a table, okay? You might hear the birds and the noises coming through, but it's just so freeing to my soul. So tonight, I want to tell you an amazing story that I have had the pleasure of having an experience with a client this week. Now, if you were watching last week, we got to experience a hypnosis session. This is going to be another story about a hypnosis session that I was able to be part of. And I start talking a little bit quickly. I apologize. I get so excited to talk about this. So, number one, I've been a spiritual hypnotherapist for almost 12 years now. I've had abilities since I was 3. My job, what I love to do is to help other people heal. And that is what I've been doing the majority of my career. So here we go for story time. You ready? Okay, first of all, you guys have to know that we have a blueprint of healing in our body. We just have never been taught how to access that, right? We can communicate to our bodies. We can help heal our bodies. Technically, we don't really need outside things to do that, but we've never been taught that. So this is a story of healing the body. Now, this client of mine, I have known of him for 17 years now. Okay? Him and his wife used to babysit my child, so it's been a very long time since I met them. Now, I have known him long enough to know who he was before he had this, I would call an accident, if you will. And so what has happened over the last decade and a half is that he cannot process human emotions, okay? When he processes human emotions, it's like a fainting goat. He just falls over. He literally does this and falls over. And if it's really bad, it looks just like a faint. So he's got narcolepsy now as well as cataplexy. Now, if he's fighting it, he's going to go kind of to the side and then he has to fight it. It looks like a seizure. And then he has to stretch and wake up his muscles. This happens every single time he feels an emotion. So he's on plenty of medications to help block out emotions, if that's even a thing. And a lot of people would perceive him as, it sounds harsh, but looking like he's on drugs all the time, but it truly is just his body constantly fighting human emotions. That's the backstory, okay? It's so cool. I'm so excited about this. So he comes into the office and he's just talking to me, telling me he's ready to figure this out. He is ready. He needs a change in his life. And he wants to know if I think hypnosis would help him. And 100% it can help him. Okay. So we kind of come up with a plan. And when he finally is able to come into the office for an appointment, he has never done hypnosis before. He didn't know how it was going to go. But I put him under pretty easily. And I'm very aware that I'm going to be doing an emotional detox first, and he does not respond well to emotion, so I have to be on alert. But he's cruising through it. We're pulling out all the negative human things, the anger, the frustration, the sadness, the feelings of not being wanted, the betrayals, the heartache, the loneliness. Why is this happening to my body? Why did this have to happen to me? Those deep things that he's been holding on to for so long. And as we are pulling out the negative stuff, now, if you were watching, or if you've heard since last week, you were able to experience this. The next thing I do after that emotional detox is we're going to do our tools of protection. And our tools of protection are to protect us from everybody else's chaos, or the negativity, even from our own negativity that we ourselves as humans create. So he got his mirrors, and then I had his protectors come in, and he got his sword and his shield. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go to last week's on Moonstruck TV on YouTube. You can listen to that. So he's getting his tools of protection, and he starts crying. And I can tell that he's really excited with whoever just showed up for him. So I asked him, who's here with you? Who showed up? And he said, I don't know. I know them, but I don't know. And I just said, okay. So I let him have his moment and feel that, because when you're in the presence of the other side, it's just so peaceful. It is so healing. There's so much bliss and joy and happiness and freedom and unconditional love. And he was experiencing that. So I let him have his moment. And then after that, I had one of his protectors come and take him by the arm and take him down the stairs to the archives. Now, some people are going to call that the Akashic Records. I know that as the archives. And it's like this ginormous library, just so beautiful, shelf after shelf and row after row of books and scrolls and modern day things now, like DVDs and stuff, right? Where every lifetime of every incarnation is lived. Now, at this current time, I was not sure what was going to benefit him best. Is this coming from a past life, like negative cell memory? Or is this coming from, life in between lives, where we could go in and understand why we charted this into our life? I wasn't sure what was best for him, but I was able to tell him he has an option. So he got to choose for himself. Now, as we're going into the archives, in the middle of this large library is a row of wooden tables, and his book of life is sitting on the table. And I have him open it up, and this part of hypnosis would be called an age regression. Now, I am taking him from like his 40s to his 30s to his 20s to his teenage years down to being a little boy, and having him recall memories, what he was doing, what he was wearing, who he was, things like that, okay? And then at that point, I had him flip the book that allowed him to go either into life between lives, which would have been who he was before this life when he was making his chart, or a past life so we could see. And I remember the first thing that happened is he told me he was in a room. He told me the room was red. It was dark red. This is important to note. When you are so hypnotized, you are only going to answer the question I have asked you. So if I tell you, like when you're awake and aware in your human self, and I say, do you know your name? You're going to say, yeah, my name's Jenna Lee, right? But when you're hypnotized, you're only going to answer the question I have asked. So if I were to say, do you know your name? He's going to say yes, because that's the question I asked. So in order to get the answer, I have to ask the right question. Well, what is your name, right? So that's important to know during this process. I have to become like a detective, like an investigator, if you will. So I'm asking him, okay, is there anything else around you? And he says, yeah. Hey, what's around you? And he says, a mirror. I said, a mirror? What's the purpose of the mirror? He said, it takes me places. And I said, does it take you to one specific place, or does it take you anywhere you want to go? And he said, it takes me anywhere I want to go. I said, okay. I would like you to ask the mirror to take you to the place where we can understand why your body is the way that it is. And he says, okay. And I said, can that happen? He says, yes. So he goes through the mirror. And that's going to take a little bit of time. Imagine it being like a portal, an elevator, something to transport you. And so when he gets to where he's going, I ask him, and he goes, oh, wow. Just this beautiful, wow reaction. And I said, well, what's around you? And he said, there's a lake here. And then he said, oh, the flowers. And immediately as he expressed, oh, the flowers, I knew that he was on the other side. The other side is filled with tons of beautiful, amazing flowers, gardens everywhere. I knew he was there. So as he's taking it all in and just really experiencing the bliss and the beauty of the other side, I ask him, are you alone or with others? And he says, there's somebody with me. And I said, okay, well, who's around you? And he tells me that there's a woman there, and she's standing next to him. And I ask him to describe her hair, and her hair, he says, is like an iridescent white. It's like white and it's shiny at the same time. said, okay, what kind of clothing is she wearing? And it's like a white dress. And then he's like, oh, it's like a robe. And I'm like, yeah, it is. Now, I learned this technique of communicating to the other side, 12 years ago at my first hypnosis school. And what I do is I ask my client a question. They ask the person on the other side tells them, and they tell me, right? It's like translating, if you will. So we're hopping back and forth between that through this whole process. And I ask him to ask her if we can understand why his body is this way. And she says yes. Now, the other side answers questions just like people do in hypnosis. We're investigating. I have to ask the right question to get to the answer. So, is this possible? Yes. And then she tells him, but I'm not the one that can help you out with that. And I was like, okay, well, can you take us to somebody who can? She says yes. And I said, okay, well, can you do that now? And she says yes. So she starts taking him along this lake to somebody, and I'm not sure who this is going to be, but my client's reaction is incredible. And he just goes, oh, and he just starts crying. And I just remember seeing the tears fall out of his eyes. And I said, who are you with? Who's there for you? And he said, it's Christ. Now, he's just sobbing, but I'm asking him, how are you being greeted? And he said, it's just love. It's so much love. There's just so much love surrounding me. It's like he's taking me in his arms and he's just holding me. There's so much love. So I let him sit in that emotion and that feeling of the other side of being present with Jesus. Now, my client is religious, not spiritual. I did call on the part of him that was most closely connected to Christ to come through. So this was a really incredible experience. So as we are now communicating to Christ, I'm asking my client questions, right? So the translating thing is happening. Can we heal this disorder? Can we heal what's going on in the body? And immediately it's a yes. Great. Then I ask my client, do you want to heal from this? And he says, I don't know. And I'm thinking, you don't know? Well, we can't heal it if you don't know. You have to want to heal. And it's incredible what the subconscious mind tells us that the conscious mind doesn't, right? The conscious mind is like, yeah, I'm sick of this. I want to heal. But the subconscious mind is like, I don't know. Okay, so now we got to do a little bit more navigating. And we're doing the translating thing. And I ask again, can we heal from this? And the answer is immediately, yes, we can. Okay, do you want to heal from this? And my client says, I don't know. So I remember asking a few more questions in there to kind of loop back around, but I cannot recall those at this current time. So again, I ask, and we're communicating to Jesus, can this be healed? Yes is the answer right away. Yes. I tell my client, do you want to heal from this? And he says, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. But that was enough for me to get in, right? And so I start communicating to his body and to his mind, and I anchor this in, for 10 or 15 minutes, and I anchor it in that when you feel an emotion, you will be safe to do so. Your body will remain strong. Your mind will remain clear. Your heartbeat will remain calm. Your breathing will stay consistent and calm, right? We're telling the body what it's going to do when it feels an emotion. And day by day, it's going to get easier and easier to process emotions the way that other humans would perceive as normal. You're going to be able to easily process emotions. And when you do, your body is going to remain strong. Your mind is clear. Your heartbeat is calm. Your breathing is consistent. And I say it over and over and over for like 10 minutes. And I threw a little bit of more stuff in there just to remind him he can do this. He can feel safe to do this. And then I start to tell him you are safe to process emotions. Your body is safe to process emotions. It is becoming easier and easier to process emotions, right? So we got the anchor going on in there. And so after that part of it, I just remind him that day by day, in every way, you are getting better and better. Day by day, in every way, you're getting better and better. And I lead him back out of the archives and we say, thank you, thank you, thank you, and go back out. And then I tell him, when you are ready for these changes to be made, go ahead and open your eyes. Well, to my, sorry, I was just having thoughts with what was happening, but to my disbelief, he really just opened his eyes really quickly. And I wasn't prepared that he was going to open them just like that, but he did. And he says, oh, whoa, wow. And he's like, my body, it just feels so good. And he's starting to tell me he's got tingling from head to toe, which I consider that healing energy coming through. And I can tell we just did some really deep work. So he's going to need 10 to 15 minutes to come out of that. And I tell him I'm going to give you a little bit of a break and I'm going to go into the other room and I'll come back in 10 minutes and check on you while you naturally come out of that. And he says, okay. So I give him 10 minutes and I go back. He's snoring. He's passed out. He is just snoring away. Now, sometimes when you do that deep healing work, especially where we're rewiring the brain, you need a nap. Very normal for clients that do deep work. So I walk back out and give him some more time and come back. And then I have him wake back up, right? And he goes, oh, wow, again. Just so fun. My body, it feels so good. Well, now that he's awake and we're kind of talking, like, how was that for you? And he just told me, I thought I knew how this was going to go. And he's like, I was not a believer and I'm a believer now. And I was like, okay, well, what do you remember? And he's like, honestly, I remember the part where I brought the protectors in. And he says he does not remember anything after that. So I'm trying to like quiz him. Well, do you remember this? Do you remember that? And he's like, no. So I chose to not tell him the full session because being me, I recorded that. He has no idea what just happened and he's going to hear that recording for himself, right? So as we're communicating about the session, I start trying to quiz him to see how he's going to respond to emotions. I want to see what's just been anchored in. And I asked him about his wedding. Now, him and his wife have been married for like 22, 23 years. And I said, tell me about your wedding day. And he's like, oh, it was great. He's like telling me his wife was walking down and she was so beautiful. And he was so nervous and excited and he just couldn't wait. And you could just see his face light up. And he's just telling me about the wedding and how in love he felt and what happened afterwards. Now, mind you, I'm just watching him to see how he's going to react with this high emotion, especially being on hypnosis high. And he was crying, like, right, tears of joy, but his body wasn't like flopping over, nothing. And so then as he starts communicating with me, he tells me, I haven't been able to talk to anybody about this for years. And he goes, it's really interesting because when you were, he started having a memory about the hypnosis session, you were talking to me about being a kid, like I was going back through memories of being a kid. And he says, believe it or not, like I was really bullied as a kid. And he says people just weren't very nice. And he just wanted one person to choose him to be his friend. And it never happened, especially during that time that he was witnessing again. And he was really upset about it. He says, I don't talk about that because I should have been able to handle myself with the bullying because, I was always a bigger kid, but I never did. And he's sobbing. And so immediately, now this is some after work I can do before, after hypnosis. And I just tell him, okay, what color is that? What color is that? And he tells me the color. Where's that at in your body? And he tells me where it's at. Do you want to remove it? Yes, he does. So we're doing techniques to remove that energy, right? Rinsing, cleansing, clearing, rinsing, cleansing, clearing. We're spraying it out. We're washing it. I tell them it's like a bowl of Jell-O and you're trying to get all the pieces of Jell-O out, right? We're going to dry it off. Now, what color heals that? And I start to anchor into him. You know what? You have been chosen many times. You just got done telling me your wife wanted you. Your wife chose you, and your wife has consistently chosen you over and over and over again for 22 or 23 years. Your wife has chosen you your entire adulthood, right? What color is that? And we put that color back into his body. And then I remind him, you have been self-employed for the majority of your adult life. People have constantly chosen you over and over and over to do the work for them. You have been able to provide an income for you, your children, and your wife this entire time because people keep choosing you. You have been chosen over and over and over. What color is that? And we put that color right back in. Okay. And he's just like, whoa, I didn't even think about it. Whoa, that's actually true. So now we're doing some inner child healing, right? And he just starts to talk to me a little bit about how good it feels and how he really didn't think that this was going to work. He had an idea, but he just really didn't think that this was going to work. And then all of a sudden, some more childhood trauma starts coming out, right? We are purging emotions that he hasn't been able to process for decades. Well, about 17 years. Okay. So he starts telling me a memory of his mother just yelling at him. And she is just telling him, shut up, just shut up, just shut up, just shut up. And as he's telling me this, his tongue goes paralyzed. He's all of a sudden like doing that, right? Like that looks horrible, sorry. But he is literally doing that and his tongue is paralyzed. And I'm like, oh man, what color is that? We have to unbind his tongue and pull that out now. And then his tongue starts to be able to move again. And that lets me know that he hasn't been safe to speak his truth this entire time. So let's get that out. Wash it, rinse it, cleanse it, clear it, right? Wash it, cleanse it, clear it. Now, I know that he is very religious. I also know that he just communicated with Jesus. He doesn't remember, but I let him know Jesus went around everywhere and preached his truth. He didn't care who liked him. He didn't care who didn't like him. He didn't care who listened or who didn't listen. He just spoke his truth no matter what, like loud and proud, right? What color is that? And then I just let him know, and I put that back into his body, but I let him know you are safe to speak your truth. Think about Jesus speaking his truth wherever he went. What color is it? Put it back in. And any single time something came up that was negative, I would just pull it out and then I would just anchor something back and put it back in, right? We're just going to fill up the whole body now with these beautiful colors and surround the whole body with light with that specific color. So we're breathing it in, we're breathing in that goodness, that being safe. And then I let him know the affirmation. It is safe to speak my truth. It is safe for me to process these emotions. My body is strong. It is safe for me to process these emotions and my body is strong. It is safe for me to process these emotions and my body is strong. So as we are communicating a little bit more after that affirmation, again, he goes into full detail about he really had this preconception that this was not going to work for him, that he was going to walk out of the office and say, I knew exactly how that was going to go. I knew that that's what was going to happen. And he's like, I am a firm believer. And he said, Jenny, you have a gift. And I said, yes, I do. Thank you. And then the most interesting part is he came from a religion that gave him a blessing 17 years ago or so. And they had told him that eventually he would find somebody who would help him understand his body, why this was happening, and to help heal from that. And he said, they told me that so long ago. I just never knew it was going to be you. And I just kind of smiled, right? That kind of amazing thing that happened. Now, I encouraged him, please go listen to that recording ASAP. It's going to change your life. Because again, he didn't remember talking to Jesus. And as soon as you listen to that, I want you to give me a call and tell me, what you felt and how it went for you. And you could tell he was excited and like curious. And I said, do not listen to it while you're driving. You're going to go right back under. So I waited. It took him about an hour and he called me and he was just crying. He's like, I cannot believe what just happened. And he said that he fell right back into hypnosis again. He's like, you're right. And I said, well, how do you feel when you heard all that? And he just said, I am just so in shock and so in awe. He said he received all these emotions and it was the same as he experienced in hypnosis, right? Just so exciting. And he just kept telling me thank you, right? But that it was so interesting to hear himself say, I don't know if I want to heal from this. I don't know. It's really interesting what our subconscious mind tells us that our conscious mind does not. Now, that was about 6:00 p.m. that night. The next morning at 7:30 in the morning, I got a text message from him. And the text message told me that this is so incredible, that there was 3 specific highly emotional situations that he had gone through, and he could feel like his muscles kind of wanted to pull him. But as he told himself that I'm safe to process this emotion, my body is strong, he said that it completely released and he went right back up. And then he said, normally, remember, he has to stretch and he has to like fire up his muscles again. He said he didn't have to do any stretching to reopen the muscles and get them going again. And he's been able to stay up the entire time. He's like, I had no idea this was possible. So I'm still checking in. It's only been a few days since that session. And what strikes me the most about this is we can heal our bodies no matter what we are going through. You can heal your body no matter what you've been told. There's always a technique. There's always the power of your mind. There's always another healer to teach you. There's teachers that teach you. So, Dave, will you do me a favor and put my time left on the screen so I can see where I'm at to know what I can teach right now? 2.5. Okay, well, I won't be able to teach anything right now. Oh, I love Dave in my ear right here. He's like my little spirit guide. Okay. So I'm going to just tell you a few techniques. I won't have time to teach them tonight, but I do want to tell you guys that anything is possible. Your mind is the most powerful thing. If you don't know, there are so many teachers and people willing to teach you how to do this. There's YouTube, there's TikTok, we're very blessed with technology these days. But my first go-tos of healing anything in my life, number one, obviously, is hypnosis. That's how I've changed my whole life. Number two, for my personal self, is EFT tapping. And, we're tapping on different acupressure points to tell us different things that we're wanting in our body. Now, please know that it doesn't just have to be physical healing. You can do this to finances, to money, because that's just a frequency. We can do it to our spiritual gifts. We can do it for other people as long as they're willing to receive as well, right? But the power of our minds and the blessing of our energy and of the other side, there's no limit. Energy is limitless. It knows no time, distance, or space. And if you can understand how powerful you truly are and the power of your spirit team, and the energy it knows no time, distance, or space, you can literally heal anything. It's just we have not been taught how to access that blueprint. And we have been taught other things that, it's not possible without sorry, this guy's going to start weed whacking right here. So if it gets loud, I apologize. I've only got a few seconds left. But please just know that healing is possible for every single person, no matter what it is. It is all just energy manifested differently. Please communicate to yourself, with yourself, and be high vibrational. Give yourself positive affirmations. Your mind is incredible, and so are you. I would love to see you here next week at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time, 10:30 Eastern. I enjoyed my time with you guys. I hope that story spoke to you. You can find me on Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee on Facebook, and I will see you next week, guys. Have a great week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where I think the Soviet troops are just outside the bridge. So I don't know. Let's see if we can keep going before they get here. This is an interesting little city that's going through a revolution that nobody notices because it's all in some guy's mind, It's just very funny to me that these people are trying to take the capitalist capital of the world and turn it into Leningrad. To me, it's just, I find that very funny. But it won't affect you and me. We'll still get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. Don't forget Pacific time. I don't want to leave Governor Newsom out. And we are going to spend the next hour looking through the tarot and taking calls from around the world and see what we can do to shine some light on things that are going on in people's lives. I've got a couple of things I need to talk to you about first, and they're very nice things, by the way. This is a fascinating shaving brush in the shape of a skull. I don't know if you can see that clearly enough there. And I was lucky enough to get my hands on one of these. And I put a thing up on Twitter saying that tonight I'll explain how you can have that. That can be yours if you want it. All you need to do is, obviously, if you're interested in a shaving brush, obviously you use shaving soap. And as you know, because I mention it ridiculously a lot, I make my own shaving soap. I was compelled to do that when inflation during the last administration kicked the price of manufacturing cheap shaving soaps, and I don't mean cheap, I mean inexpensive. It's a hideous vernacular, isn't it? So that the three really top affordable shaving soaps went out of business. They couldn't. People who don't understand business don't understand profit margins. I'll give you an example. By law, we have rent regulations here for about 1 million apartments. And people keep trying to take that to court and say it's an illegal taking, and it doesn't work because in exchange for that, the building owners get something. They get a guaranteed, and now listen, if you're in business, this is going to blow your mind. They get a guaranteed 7.5% profit margin. See, and if they don't get that profit margin, they can raise their rents. But there are people who think that that's a lousy profit margin because they don't understand business. I remember I told this once to a restaurant owner, and he just looked at me and he was silent for a moment and said, I would kill for a 7.5% profit margin. So it's a good deal, but people don't understand that, they're talking about, freeze the rent, the evil building owners. They use that feudal term, landlord, which I despise. But it's this is what's going on here in New York. We go through this upheaval every few years because ignorance prevails. Grocery stores, for instance, work on about a 1% to 2% profit margin. Think about that one. I would never get into a business like that, but, if that's the business, you do it. So I'm in the tarot business, which has no overhead. So, my profit margin, I do away with it. I do, like today. Everybody who calls to get a reading is going to be charged $85. Yeah, right. It's free. It's all free. I don't charge for that. I charge for private readings. And if a person says, well, I can't pay that, so what do you want to pay? I'm an interesting kind of capitalist. I don't let money get in the way. And I don't care. I'll do it free. I've done plenty of readings free for people, not just here on Ask One Radio, which it would be horrible if you called in and then you found you got a bill, right? No, this is completely free. And I know, you see, you're supposed to pay for occult work, and there's no reason not to. But if I don't want to take your money, you're not going to pay me. You can knock the door down and demand to pay me. If I don't want your money, you're not going to pay me. Obviously, there are things in life that I do not do for money. Making shaving soap is not one of the things I do for money, But anyway, we were talking about profit margins. The profit margin of things like Williams shaving soap was so low that when the inflation rate hit 9%, they couldn't afford to continue. Well, here's this so I started making my own shaving soap. It was remarkably easy to do. It's a beautiful shaving soap. I have 4 different types of shaving soaps now. You can go to tiny.cc/ Mojo Soap, capital M, capital S, one word. But this skull shaving brush is like a $13 to $15 value. A badger hair brush, not synthetic. I will give it to you if you buy 6 soaps. See, that's the deal. You get 6 of my shaving soaps, which are not only affordably priced, but at eBay, where you'll find my soaps, make an offer. Forget the list price. You know, like I said, obviously I don't do this for money. So if you want to pay less, and you'll get that free. The other thing is, since I only have one, you know, that's going to be a problem for everybody else who may want one. But I also have this wonderful 3.5-inch button, which says, I do it the old-fashioned way, and it shows a straight razor and a mug. And the mug there is the one I've been using for 50 years. Think about that. It's a United States bicentennial shaving mug I got back in '74, in 2 years before the bicentennial. Gosh, and I can't believe that I still have it with me. So I just wanted to let you know that if that shaving brush in the shape of a skull interests you and you want it and you shave this way, get over to mojoacademy.org and look at the soap selection there, and then that'll direct you to eBay, where you can make an offer and pay what you want to pay, and I'll consider any offer. And then I will, whoever is the first person to get 6 soaps will get that brush. Everybody else will get that button, but you know, even if you buy one, you know, but I'm giving a little incentive. Anyway, that's the thing I said I would tell people about today, and I put a little notice on Twitter about that, and it got a little attention, and by little I mean very little attention. I did a thing about a kid who got shot after the prom, and that got hundreds and hundreds of hits, which for me is a tidal wave on Twitter, because people don't pay attention to me on Twitter, but that they got. I put a picture of my late wife in court defending David Crosby, and that just hit 2,000 views. So, you know, I make my presence known now and then, but mostly I do things because I enjoy doing them. I only made the shaving soap for myself. And then it occurred to me that other people might want it, and I started selling it. I mean, my base price was $4.99. Now, what do they look like? You see, they're like this. They come in a tin, and I'll show you, because those of you who understand how this stuff works will get it. This is the soap. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That'll last you a long time. And at $4.99, you're never going to find anything like that. And I'm telling you, you'll pay less if you want. I'll take less, you know, because like I said, only 5% of men shave with this stuff. So I'm certainly not doing this to fatten my bankroll, you know. Fortunately, I am in pretty good shape financially, so I don't have to soak people for everything that comes down the road. You know, there are some people who charge for every damn thing that happens, but no, not me. And again, that was a joke when I said, if you get a reading tonight, you'll be charged $85. First of all, I don't think I ever charged $85 for a reading in my life, no matter what, you know. And I've cut, if you go to my website, magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and you want to get a reading with me, which I have been woefully negligent about doing because I've been going through, well, I guess you'd call it living hell. But I'm coming through to the other side, as the Doors would say. Look at my prices for a private reading and then cut them in half. Because ever since the inflation hit, I cut those prices in half. And I'm leaving it that way. You know, like I said, I look at me. Do I look like I'm hungry? I'm pretty well fed. So, you're not going to believe this. You're going to think I'm pulling your leg. But this weekly appearance here is the highlight of my week. I get so much energy out of this. I have to be someplace very early tomorrow morning, and it ain't going to happen probably because I get so much energy that I'm not going to get to sleep tonight. So, I'll reschedule. I'm babbling. I know you can see that, but I just want to tell you, go to mojoacademy.org and look at the soaps there, the shaving soaps, and the page about shaving and my book about shaving. I did it today. I shaved earlier today using my own soap. Marvelous, just marvelous. You look at my blog, which you can find easily, Reverend Elliott's blog. Just search for that. I've got a 2,300-word essay about a new razor blade. Yeah, I'm a little bit fanatical about this stuff, but it's manly. So I enjoy it. I do make a soap for the ladies. I know women do some shave work, leggies and all that, and I'm actually improving that. I have an improvement in the works, which I'll be announcing soon. But I named that after my wife, Sandra's Supreme Shaving Soap. And it has no scent in it, so it won't conflict with any scents that the beautiful ladies use. So you take a look at mojoacademy.org has a few pages there that you might find interesting. Among them is the Mojo Brothers Shaving Soap. Take a look at that, because that is a labor of love. That is truly a labor of love. I so enjoy making that and mailing it out. And I enjoy doing this. I've been reading tarot cards since, I would say, seriously, since the early 80s. So I never cease to be amazed by these cards. They blow my mind, that's, to use that expression. And speaking of, again, I showed you this last week. This is a gumball tarot. These are teeny weeny little tarot cards in here with a paper that you can lay them out on. It's a marvel. They used to sell those in gumball machines in the late 60s, early 70s at head shops. Now, if you don't know what a head shop is, you're younger than I am, that's for sure. And they were on very flimsy paper. This is why they're. It's very rare to find an original set of the vending machine tarot. But I came across one in the most unexpected place. I don't want to talk about that, but I did. And I scanned them, and I restored them, and I put them on cardstock. So these are not going to crumble like they did in the 60s. And I put them in capsules here. You can see that too. Either at mojoacademy.org or magic-works.com. That's magic with a K, by the way, M-A-G-I-C-K. I just see, I spend my time making these things. Here, this is a calculator. Look at that beauty. That is 3 dials that rotate. It's not the dial of destiny that bombed at the box office, didn't it? Maybe it didn't, I don't know. But it is something that if you know how to use it, and you do magic rituals to enhance your life, that will tell you the right time and day to do the ritual. And I make those. It's just, everything I do, I learned in kindergarten arts and crafts. It's called neoteny, folks. That's a word you should look up. Neoteny. Because that's probably the biggest problem in the world today, but it's my strength. It's hey, look, what can I tell you? We're all in this together, right, folks? So why don't we get to the readings now before I babble and my head falls off? Let's ring that magic gong first of all. And as I tried to say last week, but my teeth wiggled, I guess. The significance of that is we're gong do the show now. Let's ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now we'll draw back the curtain on the magical window and get to our first reading. And that is Robert in Phoenix, Arizona. Hello, Robert. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
Well, I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
Yeah, me too. Just hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm having all kinds of trouble with bureaucracies. I wasn't. When my wife passed away, and that's hard enough. But the bureaucracies are insane. They're just crazy, and I can't convince them that I am who I am. So I've got to take care of that again and again and again. So, but I'm determined to succeed. How are you doing? What's up in your life that you want to look at?
Oh, boy. Well, speaking of wives passing away, my wife recently passed away.
Oh, gosh.
And I'm sort of looking for clarification. What am I supposed to do now? And things like that.
You know, I've got a friend just 2 doors away on where I live who went through this a number of years ago, and I haven't yet had a chance to talk to him. But I don't know. I guess it's different for everybody. I mean, I knew one. I don't want. This is just this. I knew one guy who had a couple of children in their teens, and his wife passed away, and he killed himself. And left them orphans. Now I can't imagine doing that. Can you?
Yeah. No, not.
No, this is horrible. But it's so difficult to deal with.
It is. Yeah.
Would you like to have a specific question looked at, or do you want me to just see what the cards show?
Yeah, sure what the cards.
Okay. I'll shuffle them up and we'll think about your question, which is kind of an open-ended question, really. You just want to look at the situation, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's fine.
See what's coming.
Okay, now let me cut the deck and the 3 of Cups is an interesting card to get here because that is about getting what you need through your friends.
Right, yeah.
And that friends can be supportive. So if you can, if you can tap into that, it'll be very good. The 7 of Cups here is about a confused mind. I don't mean an addled mind. I mean a mind that's filled with various things. It's. I happen to like the state of that card because it means a person has too many thoughts and ideas. But I'd rather have too many ideas than no ideas at all. So that's just me. Yeah. But that's what I see there. The Queen of Coins is here. That relates to money and handling money well. The Empress is here. That's a woman who is creative and can get things done. Somebody may come through to help you here. Your ultimate thing here underneath it all is the 10 of Cups, which is there's a rainbow and a family and happiness. This represents a happy home and joy, which if you're like me, is the furthest thing from your mind right now. But this will come out okay according to these cards. There's money coming. First of all, in my case, my Social Security benefits are going to go up, which is, whoopee, right? It's good news. I'd rather have her back, but...
Right, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean there.
The star is here. That's a card of hope and optimism. That's Now, you see, these are the kind of messages that are like bromides. You know, it's always darkest before the dawn. We don't need to hear that. I believe, but I do see things are going to work out well. The Ace of Swords is here now. That's fascinating because that will symbolize. I showed you that card. I told you about the card, the Seven of Cups, which was a kind of disorganized thought process, a lot of thoughts. This is the sword. The Ace of Swords is about the beginning of a new way of thinking.
Right.
Your mind is changing and growing.
Right.
And there's things coming. There's good things coming your way, which is this card, the Three of Rods. There are things in your life that amount to seeds you planted, and they are going to come back to you. Not soon, but not long either. So I've got more swords here, and I see. Now the Ten of Swords is a fascinating card. I'll stop with that one. That means the worst in life has happened to you, and you're gonna get through it. You're gonna get up and rise up.
That's encouraging.
Yeah, well, but it's again, these are like bromides, in my opinion. But it's good to see. I mean, if anything hideous was here, I would tell you. But now here's another one: the King of Coins. You had a queen with coins, and now here's the King of Coins. So there's money. There's definitely money in your future. Here's the Ace of Swords again. That's a bit of a palliative, you can't look. Don't let them kid you. You can buy happiness. You know that. You're old enough to know that, right? The Page of Coins. That's the physical appearance of money. So here's here's the message I'm getting, is from your what you're going through now. First of all, look to your friends for support. If you're fortunate enough to actually have friends, because this kind of stuff scares people away. Your mind is growing, and you're going to grow financially. That's what's going to be coming, and you're going to be quite successful shortly. That's the Six of Rods. This is, you're going to come out of this with a new way of looking at the world, a new perspective, and you're going to be one of these people who knows how to make money. Are you already like that?
Not really.
Okay. I mean, I'll give you an example. As a guy like this, I won't mention his name, but you know who he is. He had a TV talk show, and he just got fired because he was losing. He was getting paid $15 million a year, and he was losing $40 million a year for the company. And he was alienating half of his audience. This is not a person who understands business, So things are not going to go well for that person. I took a look, actually. Now, he's being replaced by a gentleman named Byron Allen, who I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's a billionaire because of his business enterprises. He's been producing movies for years and years and working his butt off and making movies. And a lot of people don't know who he is. But he knows that his job is not to antagonize people. His job is to entertain people. And Byron Allen is going to become bigger than ever. You watch. Now, one last card for you is the Fool. That is an outstanding card. That is the card of the person who has divine protection. That is the card the Romani people consider the person who gets that card the beloved of God. So you're going through a cesspool right now in life. But you're going to come out, you're going to, the Fool is holding a flower. You're going to come out smelling of roses. You know what I mean? You're going to do just fine. Here's the Judgment card. you're going to get that which is coming to you. You know, for some people in this life, that's a threat, but not for you.
That's good.
So, Robert, you're going. Oh, look, I've got a note here from the producer. Byron Allen owns the Weather Channel. Now, you see, this is a man who knows how to diversify. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
he's a smart man, and he was a stand-up comic. Is how he started. And you know, I spent 10 years around stand-up comics, and they're not all that smart. But the ones who are smart are really smart. So, you know, now, which is the guy we were discussing who just got fired? He was never a stand-up comic. He was an actor playing a stand-up comic. That's a very different thing, you know. I mean, I used to have conversations nightly many years ago with Bill Maher, who was an arch conservative in those days, and that was rare, you know, especially among New York comedians. But they, you know, there you go. It's to each his own. So look, you're going to come out fine. This.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Again, I just cut the cards again and got the Fool again. That showed up twice now for you. Good Lord. I never got that one once, you know. So you hang in there, because the good stuff is, as the cliche goes, in the cards. And you're going to do just fine. Yeah. Just do what you have to do to get through this now. And if grief inhibits you from doing normal things, get help professionally. I mean, I've spoken to a person a couple of times to try to, you know, which is kind of odd because I'm an old man, and I was speaking to somebody like 50 years younger than me, you know, and getting advice, you know, and it's kind of odd, but you know, who am I to judge? She may have an old soul, right? So. Yeah. Get help where you can if you need it. Don't be shy. You can send me an email anytime. I'm easy to find. Okay?
Okay, great. Okay,
it's been great talking to you, and I especially love that I was delivering good news. So
yes, I really appreciate that. I needed that light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, Robert, I cut the cards one more time to get you one last card, and it's the card of justice. So again, that goes to like the other one. You will be getting that which you deserve.
All right, rebalance. Yeah.
And it'll be good. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for it.
I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. Okay.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for calling in. Bye now. And, you know, the vicissitudes of life, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we deal with. That's what tarot is about. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, which specializes in positive energy. That's why I'm here. So I've been here for like 14, 15 years now. And it's ingrained in me, and I love it. I would do this every day if I could. But, you know, we got to let other people do it once in a while, too. Let's go over to Minnesota for Genevieve. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm very well. How about yourself?
Well, I'm getting over a pretty bad day. But I'm getting good vibes from everyone I talk to. So I really appreciate that. What can I look at for you tonight?
Well, I guess I've been feeling a little stuck on my journey. I've been on a pretty intense spiritual awakening, healing journey for the last 5 years, and trying to build a spiritual business as a psychic empath and energy healer.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me stop you right there, because I just want to let you know that when you get this off the ground, and notice I did not say if, okay? When you get this off the ground, get in touch with me, and I'll give you a page at my website.
Okay, that would be great.
To promote your endeavor. How's that?
That would be absolutely wonderful.
So maybe that's a bit of an incentive. Keep that in mind. So anyway, continue, please. He's been doing it 5 years. You know, that sounds like a long time, but you know it isn't. You know, it's
right.
Time goes
and
by so fast.
It does. And just in the last year has been probably the most intense out of the 5. I left a relationship with a very loving person, but the relationship was sort of holding me back in reaching for my gifts and reaching, to be who I am. And I guess lately I've just been feeling a little stagnant and a little stuck in the the love category and my purpose, and sort of kind of as I continue to expand and grow within myself, kind of losing sight of direction a little bit.
Well, let me tell you what the cards have here. While you were talking, I pulled out some cards. The first card I have is the Ace of Rods, which signifies a new business endeavor. Believe it or not, that's these cards are right on the money for you. So it's telling me that you will get the business going. The King of Rods here tells me that you'll master that. Now, the Ten of Swords is here. I had that earlier for someone. That is a card that is nasty looking, but it means that a lot of people think it signifies death, but it doesn't. It signifies that life has thrown some very difficult, bad things at you, but you've survived those, and you're going to get up, and you're going to be just fine. So, in the larger sense, it means the bad times are over. Okay, that means you're either coming to the end of bad times in your life, or you've come to the end of bad times. It's either right around the corner, or you're right in it. And the Star is here, which is hope and optimism. And the Emperor is here, which means that you will master what you're looking to do. So I don't see any negative here. I think that people don't understand that when you want to get into things like this, you have to pay a price. And you've paid the price, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
It's an upheaval in the life, because we're doing something out of the ordinary, although this kind of stuff that we do was very common once among a lot of people.
Right.
But it's you have to be brutally honest with yourself in order to do this for other people. And that can hurt.
Yeah.
But what I'm seeing here is that you will get this going. That's the Ace of Rods is a new business. That's exactly what you were talking about. One last card for you is the Sun. That's a great card, man. That is healing and health and growth and joy. You're about to get into all of that. You're about to get just what you need and what you have been working for. So hang in there and realize that the whole point of this is for not just your own good, but the good of humanity. This is why I was joking earlier about charging $85 for every call, because we are ultimately public service workers.
Right. Yeah.
Here's I'm really getting tired of these good cards for you here. This is the world. That's assured success. The next card is the Eight of Cups. That means you're getting from where you want to be, of where you are to where you want to be. That's the path you're on, and you're getting there. Gosh, these cards are reflecting exactly what you said. And the Four of Rods is happiness and joy and a happy home. This is look. Let's put it in the most crass terms. This is going to pay off very well for you. because you're not
That's
doing it for
wonderful.
money. I mean, payoff in terms of serenity and in terms of joy and happiness. There's
Absolutely.
easier ways to make a buck. I've told this story before. I'll tell it again if you don't mind a digression.
Please do.
I once, here in New York City, I just took a walk along Central Park West at the gates of Central Park, and I stopped people and I asked them for money. And a lot of people gave me money. I just total strangers handed me money. And I went to a church and put it in the poor box. But then a little while later, I went to the same spot at the same time, and I walked in the same path, and I asked people if they would take a moment to listen to me. Not one person stopped. Nobody cared. So
Wow.
I became convinced that of all the things we need in life, money is probably the easiest one to get. I mean, they keep printing the stuff, they keep running it off. Banks keep lending it out to people. When I was a screenwriter, everything I did was financed by rich people, who wanted to buy their seat at the table of entertainment. That's one of the things that some people don't understand, is that a lot of wealthy people, they'll spread that money around. Not in a charity way, although they do that. I'm talking about investing. And I met people so rich, it's mind-boggling. I met a guy in Connecticut who came into Manhattan for lunch every day by yacht. So that's a whole layer of rich that I can't deal with. I can't even comprehend it. So, but you and I and others like us are looking for different kinds of riches. And you're going to find them. I have found it. And you will too. I mean, the cards show me that you will start that business. I mean, I said the first thing I got was the Ace of Rods. There's a King of Coins. That's, again, the person who can master the money. So there's money involved. So you don't shy away from money, but it's not worth making it your whole life. I knew a guy, a wonderful, funny guy who passed away years ago, who used to pronounce from a stage. He'd just say, "Money is great, but it's not worth working for." And he was a philosopher. He was a comedic philosopher. He did very well in life on meager income, but it was what he needed. It's all he needed. The people who wrote for David Letterman used to consult him. So, that's high praise. So, keep my offer in mind. You can find me anywhere by looking up online Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, or Reverend Elliott, or magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And when you're ready, we'll communicate, and I will give you a page at my on my website. Okay? That's a promise.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. I have a web page that's up and running, and I do have offerings and things.
Yeah, well, you can use the page on my website to direct people to yours. It's that simple. If it couldn't hurt, right?
Sure. Absolutely. I will find you.
Okay, some people have done that. They have taken advantage of that. So keep it in mind. I'm going to see if I can get a couple of more calls in before the end. But it's been delightful speaking to you, and it's such positivity in these cards. I'm going to cut the cards one more time. Here, there's the Two of Cups. That's a card that means new romance is coming. You may not be ready for that, but there it is, right? It's in the cards. So good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And now we're going to go to Australia, halfway around the world and back. Well, more than halfway around the world is less than halfway around the world from the other direction. It's Kotia in Victoria. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Katya, how are you? How are you?
Yes, hi. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of good energy from the people tonight. So what can I look at for you?
Good.
Yeah, that's a benefit.
When am I going to meet someone? That's my question.
To meet someone. Well, you know,
Yeah.
the world's crawling. The world's crawling with people.
Oh, yeah, I don't meet them.
Yeah, get out there and say hello to the people. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what the cards have to say about that. Well, this is a card that is the result of meeting somebody. It's the Four of Rods. That's a happy home, and it shows a couple and flowers. And so, yeah, you know. Now, here's a card that this is the third time tonight I've gotten for somebody. That's the Ten of Swords. That means the bad times are over. And that's followed again. And I shuffled these. The World, which is a card meaning assured success. So you're going to be fine. It's coming. You are going to meet somebody. Now look at this. Oh gosh, this is beautiful. The Six of Cups is here. Cups are romance and affairs of the heart. And that means that you may run into somebody who you were involved with many years ago. Or I shouldn't say many because I don't know how old you are. I did that one time and I upset somebody. Somebody from way back in your past. You said, how old do you think I am? You know, but you know, this could be an early romance that could be rekindled, which that's what the Six of Cups is. There's a possibility, but you see, the next card is again. It blows my mind when I keep getting this for people because I've never gotten it for myself, is the Fool, which is the card of the person who is the beloved of the deity, the beloved of God. That means you have divine spiritual protection. Now, I had this card just a moment ago for the previous person, and now I have it for you. It's the Two of Cups. Two of Cups means, you ready for you sitting down? Two of Cups means you're going to meet somebody new and there'll be a romance. Exactly what you asked. Now, according to this, did you recently have a bad relationship with somebody?
Oh, years ago.
Okay, because
you know. Single for 6 years.
Well, you see, because I got the Three of Swords here, and that's a sword pierced with a heart pierced with swords, and it's crying. Yeah. The symbolism is obvious, you know, it's sadness from a relationship, but it's telling me that even though it was some time ago, it still is resonating within you. You still feel the pain of that, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, let me tell you about the next card, because this is just, sometimes these cards spell out a complete story, and it's shocking how they do that. Two of Cups means you're going to meet somebody. There's a lot of potential to that.
Okay, yep.
Three of Swords means you're still carrying pain from a previous relationship. Six of Swords means it shows a person propelling a little boat from rough waters to calm waters. That means that you are moving yourself from rough waters to calm waters. You're moving yourself from where you are now to where you want to be. And you're going to be successful at that. So I wouldn't be too concerned about the lingering pain. Because here I have the Wheel of Fortune, which means change is coming into your life. And the change, what is the nature of the change? The Ace of Cups. Cups are romance, and the aces are the beginning. See, these cards are telling me that there is romance in your immediate future, which is followed by the Hierophant, which is the symbol of marriage. Now, you know, you may not want to get married, but it's a possibility.
I do.
Okay, well, this is what that card is. When people ask about romance and the Hierophant comes up, it means you're going to enter a relationship that's going to result in marriage. And the Temperance card is here. That means it'll be wonderfully balanced. It will bring great balance to your life. This is just a great story these cards are telling. And you are in for a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful ride. And it all begins with that Two of Cups, where you're going to meet somebody, okay? Now,
all right, hope you soon. Thank you.
You can go to askoneradio.com at the archive and listen to this if it starts wearing off, because this is one of the most wonderful readings I've ever gotten for somebody, and the whole story is there. You're going to meet, you're going to erase the heartache, you're going to have progress, that's the boat. You're going to, it's going to result in happiness and marriage. And balance in your life. This is the whole 9 yards. So
okay, good.
You're going to do well, okay? Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
And let's see if we can get one more call in before we go. Victoria, right here in New York, in Brooklyn. Hi, Victoria. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm doing better than when I started. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing well.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I would say love and work, if that's possible.
Of course it's possible. Anything is possible, and those are things that people look at all the time. So let's see which one shows up first, or if they both do. We have people who combine those, and they end up in jail, but, that's... what can I tell you?
Yeah, that gets a little crazy, I'm sorry.
I'm shuffling it up for you. I've got a good amount of time here. I had this card for somebody earlier, just before you, in terms of romance. It's the possibility of meeting somebody you were involved with early in your life. I'm not making it sound like you're an ancient person, but there may have been somebody you were involved. One of your first romances may come back. These are excellent cards I want you to know about here, because the Four of Rods, I have that too all day today. Happy home. The world, assured success. The Ten of Swords, the bad times are over. Here's a card I haven't gotten very often. I don't think I got it at all tonight, is the Eight of Rods. That means that this is coming to you now. It's on the way. The Ten of Cups is the happiest card in the deck, and that shows a happy family. And I'm not getting much here about work, but I'm sure as heck getting stuff about love and romance, and it's all of the best cards in the deck. Now, here's another one. This is the Four of Cups. That shows a hand coming out of a cloud, and you don't see it. The symbolism here is that there's somebody who's interested in you who hasn't made it known. So see if you can spot that in your circle of acquaintances and friends. Because this card keeps coming up. It's the sun. It's health and healing and growth and happiness. Right now, I'm not getting anything about work, but emotionally, romantic emotion stuff seems to be more important in your life, and it's going to come to a splendid conclusion. You're going. Here's the Ace of Coins, so that tells me that there's going to be a new income stream in your life. So if you're looking for a new job, you may be getting a job that pays better, or you may find something that pays better. So it's as soon as I tell you that the cards are not answering the question, it answers that question. These cards are sarcastic, But here's the Nine of Cups. You're going to be emotionally very happy and very satisfied. That's the Nine of Cups. There's a warning with that card that people are going to be envious. You'll be so happy. Now, warnings like that we can live with, wouldn't you say? So I think you're, according to these cards, the Two of Cups. That's the one that's, you see, notice how often cups are coming up. That means you're going to meet somebody new. So you'll either be getting involved with somebody from years ago, or you'll meet somebody new, or both. Your plate will be quite full. I think that romantically, you're on the cusp of something new. That's what the Eight of Rods is saying. It's on it's on the way. It's right here almost. So this is going to be very good for you. So keep an eye out, because like I said, there's somebody out there who's interested in you. I just cut the cards and got that again. And here's the 10 of Cups. The Cups again. That is the happiest card in the deck. Here's the Ace of Cups. That means the beginning of romance. I think you're going to be fine. Okay? If you want any follow-up, just send me an email at asktarot@earthlink.net. Or, you can find me on the web anywhere. You just look up Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. If you want to know how this progresses, I'll be happy to do some follow-up. Look, the Page of Cups. That's the actual physical appearance of a new romance. You're doomed. You're going to be doomed to happiness and a good relationship. Okay? Here, the Lovers. What more do you want, right? But if you as time progresses, and these things start to fade from the mind, which they do, just drop me an email, and I won't charge you. I'll just look at a few more cards for you, okay? That's a gift, because you have such a bright future, all right?
Thank you.
I've got to run. I've only got a minute and a half left, but I'm glad I was able to speak to you, Victoria. Bye-bye now.
Thank you so much. Bye.
A fellow New Yorker, right? So long now. And that's it for this edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. We'll be back again next week to look through the magical window and see what's going on in your life and in the world. And until then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.